is streaming. Okay, let's see if we are connecting. Okay, says excellent. No image coming up yet. And now it has. Now we check for echo. Okay, so with that, we go to homepage. Then we open for echo. We've got echo. And now we got upvote. Everybody upvote. First thing you do, do it reflexively without thought. It's a very small act for you. It is life and death for us. And with that, we are going to take it to the infinite call. And here we press the button and get everybody started on audio. Let's see what we can do. Okay, everybody. Call is going out to everyone on Earth. Wow, we've got 2 accounts for Amy. Oh, she should be joining us, I hope. Spoke to her for just a few minutes. She went on mute. She went on mute. Okay, so good. It's Aristides is with us. Let's see if you're registering on online broadcasting software. Say hi, Ari. Huh? Oh, no, you're not. Oh, shit, you're not. Okay, that's because the computer updated. Fuck, the computer updated. That's right. Okay, so let's see. Where do we go? Settings. Where the fuck is settings? Settings. Okay, fade, duration, settings. Here we are. And then we go to settings. Then we go to audio. Then we go to device not connected or not available. Then we go to, oh, wait, now that we've changed that, oh, yes, okay, we changed it to Yeti microphone. Then we press apply, I presume. Okay, apply, and then we press OK. Now say something. There we are.
Something.
Okay.
Am I registering?
You are registering.
Right.
Now, let's have Amy come off mute for a second and say hi. It's her her birthday was April 26th, but this is her belated birthday dedicated episode. So we need to see if she registers.
Guilt.
Yes,
Guilt
I feel
and shame.
I do. I hang my head in shame. Did you hear me the last episode? I did the mea culpa. I'll do it again. Mea culpa. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I am guilty. I am 1,000 times guilty. I have prostrated myself before Amy and Amy. So tonight, this is a biofac simulacra that I felt was the most similar in appearance to yourself. So this is the AMIE COMEAU biofac simulacra, the closest I could find to Daria with white hair. A beautiful silver mane. There we are. And how do you like it? There we are. It's the
look at that with the smoking.
Yes.
And I'm so lucky to have that cigarette.
Yes.
It's just that's the best.
Thank you.
Yes.
And your poem.
I
Open the
love
text for your
the
poem.
white fingers and the cigarette.
Yes.
It's my favorite. This is great. This is
Yes. It's AMIE COMEAU.
That is hysterical.
Yes, in biosynthetic
I love
flesh.
it.
Yes, there we are. And so open the text for your poem, honey. Yeah. There.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Did not do that.
Yeah, see if you can open the text.
Let's get in there.
And thank you for your patience, Ari. Well, yeah.
Sure.
And because she's very tired and she'll need to go to bed early. There you are. Yes.
I usually like to go to bed early. I'm not seeing what I need to see here. Hold on.
Yeah, take your time.
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Field of weeds. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for someone we knew burned them all, yeah. They took care of that.
That's what you're supposed to do with the weeds.
Yeah. Oh,
That's how you're supposed to do it.
Other people use a whacker, but...
Whack.
You're welcome to read it aloud.
That's probably my friend. Oh, I was just taking a second to try to read it. You know, do you want me to read it aloud?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you think it's worth it?
Well, you would be the
Through
first person.
every season, bright or gray. You light the path and lead the way. A mirror that shows me who I am. My quiet calm, my loudest jam. With you, the joy is double door. In fields of weeds, you are my clover. No secrets kept, no judgment held. By your kindness, I am upheld. Through laughter's ring and tears that fall, your answer first when I might call. A sister, confidant, and rock. A bond that stands beyond the clock. So here is to the bond we share, a love that's rare beyond compare. Through all the years until the end, I'm blessed to call you my best friend.
Love you, honey.
I don't even know what to think. That's so sweet, even though you're so late. It's still very nice. I mean, I don't even. This is the thing is, when I tell people about like your talents and like the things you do, like you've written me poems in the past, and like people are just like frozen in place as if like it would never occur to them to even put words together to describe the interdependence of you to the other thing, whatever that might be, to have the language and use it in a way that really emphasizes the importance of the bond, or even the moment of like taking time for each other and noticing each other and making each other better and helping clear up things the other person is just not seeing, not through any fault of their own. I mean, to me, I think we are so lucky to know you. All of us who get a chance to slow down and be a part of your thing, whatever it is, even if they're jerks and they do stupid stuff, they're very blessed to even have the grace to be interacting with you, because it's, we've overcome so much, but also it's this time where things just they're rolling very quickly towards an unseen end. Like we do not know what is about to happen, but we do know that it's coming quickly.
Yes.
And so just to sort of brace each other and get used to it. I mean, I just think it's so important to really treasure these skills. Like, I don't have other friends who can just sit and write a poem. Like the way that you do it in like a moment's notice. Like I know you didn't spend all day on that, and yet
you've got it down. Yes, you know me too well.
I know, but also just that you could do it at all, like that you could even construct the words together to make it like a limerick, like make it musical in its wording. I just like people just can't even believe. First of all, I think that with dudes, it creates a sense of jealousy.
It does. They
Because
hate it. But go on. Yes.
they really hate it. Like to have like this gift of language is anyway, it's just provoking. The male need to burden me with their inabilities. Like
To
they're
do
just
anything.
so
Yeah.
jealous. They're just so jealous that they can't even imagine. They want to cut you down, they want to criticize you, and I just walk away from all that thinking, that you were never meant to understand it. Like you've not been blessed with this genuine talent, whatever talents they might have. It's a very beautiful thing to be a part of your world, and I'm so grateful that you stood up and did a birthday episode for me anyway, after I had to yell at you for forgetting. Another year, you forgot again. But that's okay.
I'm so sorry. I hang my head in shame. I hang my head in shame. Yes. On my knees. I'm on my knees.
Oh, it's okay. It's totally okay. It's really not that big a deal. Like I didn't really do anything at all. I was just totally content. I did what I did, but I spent way too much money on myself is what I ended up doing. But I didn't have a party. I told you about how I got a card Oh, Aristides just left. I got a card from my...
Hopefully he rejoins us for it.
He doesn't want to come to my party. Oh, he does. Good. Well, I got a card from my mom that had been already opened, and then the post office put a plastic baggie over the card. Like, we didn't mean to open your birthday card. Yeah. Any way that can be interfered with is going to be interfered with in my world. Like, it's, you know, if you let them get to you, that's how they're going to get to you. But the best thing is to not let them get to you, to just be completely unbothered, have your mind set on something that you really want. And as emotionally taxing as it is to like endure some of these, like, you know, naturally you would think like your fiance, his family, your mom, you know, friends you've had over the years, like you would think that these were the people that you'd want to hang out with. But in my world, that was not the thing I wanted at all. So when it, you know, all the things turned out the way they did, it really was just, you know, it really didn't matter because I'd already like set my sights on spending a lot of money for a facial and enjoying a 4-hour thing by myself, like just focused on me.
You need
That's how I spent my birthday. So it didn't bother me so
day.
much that
You
you
turned
forgot.
your birthday into a spa day. Yes.
Well, I
Kind of.
mean,
I hope.
I turn every day into a spa day, but
Okay.
my birthday, I really just like threw a bunch of money down, and I walked into that place and I was like, I booked like a $50 service, and when I left, it was closer to $500. So yeah, that's how I spent my birthday, and I don't regret it, and it's fine. It was better than fine. It was pretty good.
Excellent.
Yeah, I did enjoy myself. I had a really good time. And yeah, this is nice to have a little belated birthday also in May after Mother's Day, because I couldn't very well have it on Mother's Day, could I?
No, I'm sorry. Hey, yeah, yes, there are superseding elements there. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, should we let Ari do his thing?
Yes, honey, and feel free to go to sleep if you wish, and Ari will be joining you soon thereafter, no doubt. But tonight might be a fairly short episode. We'll see. If so, it's only makes the episode that much more important because it'll be easy for people to digest, and it'll be primarily centered on the image of the biofax simulacra, which I will send you the full scan of that photograph of the biofax simulacra.
Please do.
Yes.
That I've never seen that one. I know sometimes you repeat stuff.
Yeah.
And makes me think like, oh, that's not a current picture, but this one I've never seen, so doesn't mean you haven't repeated it. Somebody else got this for their birthday too once, huh?
No, honey, don't think like that. And people may get the impression that I repeat images. That's very, very rare. I will usually tell people when I do that, even though, it's impossible to get the word out to everyone, but oftentimes there will be a repetition of thematic or theme. So that's just to explain to people. If something is particularly successful painting, then I will use that again. Yeah, that's different. Paintings are different where it got a lot of attention the last time and delivers a point, delivers a message. Then I may reuse that. Photographs I try not to reuse. Sometimes, very rarely, I will. But I'll explain to people why. I'll say, well, this photograph it's apropos. It's the most apropos image for this event. But no, in the case of this particular biofax simulacra, that's the first time G's ever been photographed, that one, and it was the most similar looking to yourself in the yes, the silver mane,
Total triangle face.
yes, Yes, the glasses, the Daria glasses, which I placed upon Jure, of course, and the cigarette I could find. But you'll notice it's an artificial cigarette that's fit for a biofax.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's not a real
chewing gum cigarette.
No, it's an artificial cigarette. It's like an early experimental prototype vape.
Huh.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah, I see now. I do see. No, I didn't look too close, but I do see.
Yes.
That it was it doesn't look like there's no smoke.
Yeah.
It's not authentic.
Yeah.
They're not smoking it. She's not smoking it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You know the biofax simulacre, they lack lungs to do that. So
How do we even know that they wouldn't enjoy the cigarette?
In a sense we don't, but it would take a lot more microchips. I've kind of explained, I kind of went into, I'll talk more about microchips tonight inescapably because of the Xi Putin summit, excuse me, Xi Trump summit. I mean, Trump, Putin, same thing, right? They're interchangeable. So, yeah.
Nobody's questioning that.
Yeah. So that having been said, honey, I love you. I beg your forgiveness.
I'm still here.
On my knees. Yeah, and, so you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. I like it. Be on your knees some more. Some more knees.
So I'm prostrating myself. Yes. Before you and humbly asking your mercy, humbly asking for your mercy. That's mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I am guilty. I am 1,000 times guilty. I do feel bad about it. About the 26. I feel so bad. Sorry about that. Yeah. Oh, but you can tell people. Yeah. I mean, it's there must be. Oh, I do want you to know, I will be providing a kind of weather report about New England. You are in the New England region, and I do want people to know how serious it's going to get up there. It's pretty serious. Yeah, so I do want
cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have an El Nino, which people usually affiliate with the Pacific, but believe it or not, due to the melting of the ice caps in Greenland and the thinning or weakening of the AMOC, the Atlantic Meridional Ocean Current, El Nino is going to impact, a very serious kind of rainfall on New England, or a kind of weather phenomenon that will be, I'll get into it. And it's just, yeah, you got some serious weather to look ahead to, so prep up for that.
Yeah, like it rained all day today. I left the Prius at the top of the hill so they don't have to run it down the muddy road.
Oh, man. Oh, God. There's no garage?
Well, 'cause we got 3 more days.
Yeah, that's awful. There's no garage. What? There's no garage. You have no garage.
I barely have a bathroom.
I'm so sorry. I know I asked.
You get a garage? No, all of our equipment is outside rotting into a field. There's no, like, he's spent 30 years not being here. Yeah. Like, he just didn't. No, there's no garage. There's no. There was at one point one of those tarps, like a covered thing with the tarp that he could park like his stuff in.
Oh, God.
But that got blown over. That died long before I arrived.
You do know the boat is unsalvageable, don't you? The keel is broken. Did you hear T-Tank say that?
Yeah, I don't think I explained it very clearly, but his grandfather worked for Westinghouse, has all this fabrication equipment.
Okay.
And so he, like, if anybody could create a new keel for the boat, it's him. Like, he has everything he needs to make a new one,
but never will.
So it's not unreasonable. And the other thing is it's, I mean, nobody's gonna buy it. What are we gonna do with it?
Yes.
Keel or no keel, we might as well try to make a new keel. It's not going anywhere.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
I suppose.
Anyway.
I suppose. I'll give you my full opinion privately, of course, because it's just too vicious to deliver on air. I mean, I have images of kind of setting him in a comatose state out to sea on that boat, you know, like a Viking funeral, while setting it aflame. Yeah.
All right.
Personal
This
fantasy
is
of mine.
my party.
Yeah,
This is my
sorry.
party.
Yes, true.
No cremation ceremonies. I mean, I just want some cake. I don't want any cake, actually.
Yeah. Well, you like sweets, don't you? I mean,
I like maple syrup, but
okay.
I think, I don't know if I said it on air, but I think I told you how I've had this incredible growth, and yeah, I've gained so much weight that nothing really fits me. And everybody says you look great, and I'm, even Winnie likes it, but I do not feel great. Like I've never been this big. And yeah, and I don't eat cake anymore. I used to just think it wasn't a big deal.
You no longer look malnourished. That's what they're trying to tell you.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I ever really looked malnourished. Maybe. But yeah, I definitely am looking forward to, I'm going to do a retreat. I don't know if I told you, with the Zen people, the Zen meditators.
This sounds incredible.
They got some guests.
Tell us about this. What about this monastic retreat? This sounds fascinating.
They asked me. They invited me. They were like, "You don't show up here enough," and I was like, "I know."
Is that the place you went to with the yoga, where they kind of like were
No.
Okay.
It's a group of young people. The guy grew up in Vermont, but he spent 10 years in Japan and then 10 years in India studying Buddhism, Zen.
Yeah.
Shinzen is what that is called.
Wow.
And so one of his teachers from Japan is coming for a 2-week visit, and they asked me to please come and stay.
Wow. Okay.
And I tried to figure out how I was going to say no, and then I just gave up and was like, all right, I'll just go. I'll go. And you got to wear like brown or dark colors, so I'm like trying to go through all my clothes to see what I can wear up there, because you're not allowed to wear white, you're not allowed to wear patterns.
Wow.
There's a lot of rules. No fragrances. You can't have any like synthetic fragrances. Like there's people up there that would die because of their allergies to these chemicals.
Oh, that's why they're up there. Okay. They have to be isolated. Yeah. Okay. They're extremely sensitive, hyperreactionary immunosystems, all that. Wow.
Yeah, and the first time I went to go sit with them, like 4 of them, they let me know they were going to do it, but they were like, we need to smell you. And now that I've like been working with that acupuncturist and like reading through some of her stuff, I understand like the smell is more than just like, it's more than like just seeing if you have a fragrance. It's also like trying to smell the evil off of you.
Yes.
You know, like the negative thinking. Like they train themselves to only allow people in with pure intention. Which makes a lot of sense. And I appreciate that. I haven't been up there in so long, and they were like, why isn't she up here? We've got this teacher coming from very far away. She should come for that. That would be fun for her. So I tried to say no, and then I just said, you know what? I'm going to be supported in a vegetarian diet.
Yeah.
It's really going to help my digestive issues. I probably won't maintain it, but if I could just do it with their support for a little while, I think I'll start to feel better, and some of this weight might sort itself out.
I'm sure it will. No, it will. By the way, I want you to know that while you were speaking, Sheila gave in 8281 in the chat. If you can access the chat, please do. If not tonight, then later.
Go back there.
Yeah, take a look at the chat. She says, truth, Amy's truth telling. And Heather MANAKTALA says, happy birthday, Amy. So,
thank you, Heather. Yeah. Thank you, Sheila. Why it's so hard for me to find what I need in here. All right. There it is. I see it. Yeah. Happy birthdays. So many. Yes. Yeah. I was born in 76. I'm a bicentennial baby.
Wow. What tell people about the adventure you had getting your new phone.
He's not an adventure.
Tell them about the company. So essentially, you know, trying to shut down your ability to communicate at all.
Oh, yeah. So I had this phone forever. My dad bought it for me. It was a refurbished Pixel. It was one of the first generations of Pixels. It worked really well, but I never had service on it. And then we got a spare phone that was a Samsung, and I tried both phones. I brought to Verizon, and I was like, what can I do? Can I get a prepaid? Can I get on some kind of contract? I mean, there were 5 other people there just waiting for their stuff to sort itself out. Like, they were just transferring stuff. They had to wait for the machines to transfer things or whatever. And they heard all of my, you know, everything we tried to get me a phone. And then the young guy, Jean, he turns the terminal around, lets me see it's going to be $1,000 deposit. And then when I'm like, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Let's do something else. And then he turns the thing around again. It says, this person cannot have service. Like, right there on his screen, this person is not allowed service. So I just walk out, and everybody was just silent. Like, they were all like chit-chatty before. And I'm standing there with a lot of money. I'm trying to get myself some phone. I already got 2 phones. I don't need to get another phone, but they couldn't help me. They couldn't do anything about it. So I went and stayed with my friend, who you all know as the Porsche guy.
Mr. Adderall. Pharmaceutical scale.
Yeah. So this guy, just, you know, despite his failings, he has lost so many phones and lost so much equipment, had it stolen or whatever, that he knew exactly what to do. And so he got on my phone and he hooked me up with the service, and it seemed to kind of work. But then we got back here to my off-grid spot. It didn't work at all. And then it was like kind of working for a little while, and I put it in the window, like thinking, oh, maybe it'll hang out in the window, it'll have better service. And then it rang and fell out of the window and smashed. And so,
Jesus fucking Christ, what?
I know.
That's supernatural. That's supernatural.
I had that phone for years, and I dropped it every day, all the time. Drop that phone like it was like all day long. I would drop that phone, and then the one time I have finally service on it, it falls and totally smashes. But I just got another. I got another one. I got another Pixel and transferred the service onto this Pixel, and this one, because it's upgraded, its service is fine. You all can hear me. It's working. I have a working phone with service for the first time in 12 years. Incredible. Congratulations, Amy.
Yes.
It took forever though. I told you I'm getting a new phone, and what was it, like 3 months? Like it just seemed to go on and on, where I just wasn't able to like make it happen. Like, didn't get it done. Like, couldn't get there. Didn't have time. Was busy with other things. Like, all this stuff. And still I can't, like, so I had my birthday, right? And I had this new phone number that nobody had. So so it was like, I'm so unbothered. Like, I cannot get back in that other phone and try to pull numbers out and like try to find people. Like, I am just carrying on. I do not have time to look up all of everybody's old numbers. So if you want to talk to me, you're gonna have to figure it out. I'm all over the internet. Just send me a message and I'll give you my new number. I just don't have time to like try to hunt people up in the phone and call them. Although, because like everything gets reset.
Yes.
And somehow it like reset all my stuff to like 2019. And so some of the numbers that I hadn't seen since 2019 were showing up in the new phone. Like, one of my good friends out in Washington, who I really miss. Like, I think of her, like, whenever I'm like, I want to go to church with somebody, I always think of her. Like, when I went to church for Christmas this year, I thought of her, because It's, you know, it's pretty rare that I can find somebody who just wants to go to church and not be like really into church, you know, like just go, sing, leave, like none of the, you know, whatever else goes on in church. Like just go, just have, you know, have a service or a mass and then leave. So I was able to hook up with my friend in Washington, and she's, by the grace of God, texting me back. And I do really like her. So I'm hopeful that she and I can reconnect somehow, even though it's been like over 10 years, 12 years now since I've seen her in person. And it is kind of weird just to text somebody you used to hang out with all the time, and now so a decade or more has passed. But I still really enjoy our friendship that we had. So I was so excited that she was texting me back and that her number was up in my phone, and it was the same. It hadn't changed. She'd kept her old number from Spokane. She's not in Spokane, but she still had the Spokane cell phone. So yeah, that's my story of how I got my phone to work after 12 years of using everybody else's phones.
Well, I'm so glad that we're blessed with that now, and we're so glad to have you with us. And we're going to let Aristides do his blurb now, but we definitely want to catch up with you. But first, Aristides, what do you make of her being denied service, that we cannot provide service? Is that something? What could cause that? It just doesn't. It seems so sinister.
I don't know. I'd have to know more about the situation.
Yeah.
But I mean,
yeah. Well, definitely. Yeah. Anything you can think of.
On which phone?
I tried both. I tried the Samsung and I tried my old Pixel 2. So it was the Pixel 2 that they were going to put me on a contract, and they needed $1,000 deposit. Yeah. Well, my thought was I would trade the Pixel 2 in and get like a Pixel 10.
Pixel
you know,
2.
because that's like
Pixel 2 sounds really old. I mean, you show up with a 10-year-old phone. Yeah, I would almost hope they say, yeah, you did not use service.
Okay, that might be a factor. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. Every once in a while, there's new standards that roll out where they can be like anything that doesn't meet this is no, you know, and they obsolete the old standards eventually. I don't know if that was part of it. I don't know.
Well, it was the prepaid Samsung, like, you know, it was like $50-$75 a month or something. That was the one that it just flat out was like, this person is not allowed service. I'd been in the shop like an hour and a half just waiting for them to deal with the other people.
Right, of course.
So
just to hear that,
you know, by that time I was like, I gotta go do something else. Like my phone works on the Wi-Fi. I'll go do something else now.
Hard to say.
Oh,
there is that. Well, I mean, the bottom line is I have a Google phone and I have Google service. You know, I didn't know that you could do that. I did not know that Google will provide connectivity to their phones. Well, I don't know if they use other phones. I don't know if you can do it on a different phone.
With calling and everything?
Yeah. Isn't that great?
Thank God. Yeah. And
I mean, it's, you know, software development, you just plug and play and just figure it out.
Cool. Okay, so that having been shared, so dear Aristides, if you'd be kind enough to deliver the blurb, please take the stage.
Okay.
Bless you.
All right. I hope the training we've given everyone so far, based on their training, they've hit the upvote, thumbs up, like, if you will, already. If they're a regular listener, they should know that, and they should know why. We say it enough, right?
Yeah,
But
that's right.
we'll say it again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that is not just to show your support, but to show the algorithm something positive, because downvotes are hidden here and everywhere, I think, on YouTube, but they are placed by certain methods, by a couple people, a few crummy bots or whatever, and but that skews the algorithm down, and that affects how Douglas shows up in search results and suggested content, etc., and his ability to find and maintain his listenership. So getting that upvote is essential to balancing that out. So as soon as you get here, you should be hitting that upvote. If you can't do that, it's probably because you're not logged into YouTube. You have to log into YouTube to do YouTube functions, unfortunately. But at least it does provide some type of controls. Nobody just can wild across the internet upvote and downvote. So it prevents fraud. That's what so you do have to be logged in, and the easy way to do that is with a Gmail if you've never done it before, or if you've never made an account. As far as I know, I never explicitly made an account for YouTube, because Gmail I already had. Got it, gets you in there. So you can do that, and you can, once you do that, if you go under your little account menu by hitting the little thing up in the corner where it says switch account, is where you can actually add more than one Gmail or account or login. And once that is done, say if you have more than one, or you're willing to make more than one, you can switch between, and you might want to do that because each one can upvote separately. So yep, you can actually vote more than once here in the Dietrich democracy, and actually get something for your votes. So once it's sounds like a lot, once it's set up, that switching between just takes a second, and you can throw down a couple or a few upvotes to help that algorithm. So also under any channel or any login, you can make channels, and what they are is for actually publishing content. You don't have to publish content. You can essentially make empty or dummy channels, but it's easy to do, and they're separate entities that can upvote also. So all these ways to upvote. So that helps. Other things that definitely help the algorithm or on YouTube are leaving comments after the live. They're not enabled during the live, but once that uploads and reverts to a regular YouTube video, the comments are enabled below the window. Leaving comments, highly encouraged. That interaction will definitely help things. Upvoting comments that are there, if you're a little shy, that helps also, especially because comments that are downvoted and not upvoted can be disappeared by YouTube, including Douglas's comment that he always puts with his crucial information. So make sure to upvote that, and basically all the comments, because YouTube doesn't know whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. So just hit some upvotes there. Leave a comment, nice one, random, whatever, about the content, about how you're feeling about everything, life. Show Douglas some support, what have you. So leaving content or comments, very good way to boost the algorithm there, and sharing. Hitting the share button below the window there, that will generate a little link you can grab and share. And you could grab it right out of the browser bar, but I think pressing the button, the act of pressing the button, will increase the algorithm. So I'm doing that now. But yeah, grab the link and share it far and wide, anywhere you think is appropriate, borderline appropriate. Friends, enemies, employers, past employers, future past employers.
They will be future past employers once you share that, but go ahead.
Yeah, once you hit send all in the company-wide email in your large corporation, send to all and drop that link in there. Only if you're planning on leaving anyway. Let's put it that way. Group chats, anything. Everybody's in some type of chat on some type of app. So leave it there. Let it find its way to those who need it. So sharing is definitely one of the major ways you can help. What else? I think that's about it for YouTube stuff. Oh, when you're in the little menu, make sure restricted mode is off because that stops that account or your account from viewing age-restricted content, and that can sometimes happen automatically on YouTube if it screens for bad words or whatever. And okay, subscribe. Okay, let's not forget subscribe. You see a button that says subscribe, definitely press it. If you're pretty sure you have in the past and you don't see that, you should still check because you can be unsubscribed mysteriously. It's known to happen for sure. So if you're not sure, go to the main channel page there. Don't click on it and click out of here right now. But if you either can open a new window or after the program, click on the blue channel name there, Douglas Dietrich. You can get there, youtube.com/Douglas Dietrich, and you get to the main channel page. Check your subscription status there definitively and turn on the notification bell anywhere you see it. If you haven't done so already, click on that. You get a little menu, click all, and you'll be supplied a little pop-up notification when any program or live starts. So very handy. Nothing to remember, nothing to do. Just click on that when it pops up. I use it myself. It is very handy. So please do that. What else to check there? There was other stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that's and do have a look around. Main channel page. You see videos live. Live is all of these live streams, reverse chronological order. Videos, a lot of other things to check out there. Douglas Dietrich 101, so to speak. You can scroll back several years, brush up on some of your, review material and background may have missed or forgotten, or you may need to understand the context of a lot of things you hear. A lot of stuff there. There's just no end, and no end to all the wonderful artwork and pictures. So it's just worth it just for that. Yeah, check it out. What else? Money. When you get to money, let's get to.
Yeah, imagine that. It does always come down to that for all of us, doesn't it?
Yeah. Last but not least, likes and all that, and clicking and algorithms are great. But what else is even more great is cash. Well, it will be cash, kind of when Douglas goes and buys some actually drinkable water and products at the store, because he doesn't have that coming out of his tap. Yes, or some decent food or anything that he might need there to increase his creature comforts when he's home. He has discussed his living conditions there, and they aren't great. So so the best way to help that is to send him money on PayPal. Put the link in there in the chat there, and boom. And yeah, so click on that, but you don't need the link ever, really. It just makes it convenient. But all you have to remember is he is on PayPal, and his handle there is Douglas D. Dietrich. It's also right on the image there for the program, with the prototype cigarette smoking Bioeffect simulacra.
Yes.
Right next to there. You
said that well. By the way, I'm proud of you. You said that very well.
Well, I mean, come on, man. I've been around a little while. Yeah, you don't have to type the whole PayPal.me thing. If you just type PayPal in your search bar and get there, type Douglas D. Dietrich, you will find his profile and send him your money. A lot of it.
Yeah, all of it.
You'll get more. You'll get more. So just send him everything there. Yeah. So that is if you have a PayPal. If you don't have a PayPal and you have a credit or debit card, and then fear not, it's still very easy to contribute. You can go to his website, also listed right there, douglasdietrich.com, and let's put that link in there just to make it clickable, so you don't have to save your clicking and typing for putting in that large dollar amount. So we'll give you the link here. Save your keystrokes. DouglasDietrich.com. Go to the upper right hand corner yellow button. Click that. Ignore the one in the middle. Doesn't do anything. Click the yellow button up in the corner, and you will get a PayPal menu there. But this is his commercial or business PayPal. There's a small tax taken out, but it does give the option to donate with a debit or credit card without being logged in. So there you go. You don't even have to have an account. You can use Venmo if you got money in there. There's a button there, or you can actually, there's a way to find PayPal accounts from within Venmo because they now talk to each other, same company. Pretty soon, everything will literally be the same company. So, at least it'll be convenient. We'll live in a world of convenience. That's for sure.
Just remember that you must take the mark of the beast in order to participate.
Right. Well, you'll have to tell us what the mark of the beast is. Everybody wants to know.
Well, just think practically. It's not on your forehead. It's in your forehead. It's between your ears in the space that the state invades with the MAGA propaganda. Yes. Well, we'll go.
That is one. Yeah, that's one. And, that's one. The MAGA boys and, the Peter Thiels and the Palantirs and all those other big companies. And, there they are. They're right in your hand. So, yeah. There you go.
There you go.
That's enough of marketing. Anyway, so you can go if you go to the website, click on the yellow button, donate with credit card, Venmo. The third link, it says donate with PayPal. But if you have the ability to be logged in, we suggest to use the first one, Douglas D. Dietrich, that's in the chat. So there you go. So if you can't even use a credit card, okay, that's all right. If you want to send anything in the mail, postal money order, I guess, preferred, right? Because it's not too safe to send cash. Money order would be great. Personal checks, okay. Doug's not going to argue with that, especially if it's a large amount. Doesn't even matter if it's your check. We'll just assume that you have permission, right?
That's right. Yes.
Right, going to visit grandma for the last time, and everybody's in there weeping and stuff. You're like, I got to, let me go, make sure I got to go check something, and just go into the little, office there and rip a check out of the checkbook. She'll never use it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, personal check, or if you must send.
She'd be proud of you for helping the world.
Yes. She will be looking down at you from heaven, blessing you for sending Douglas money. Yes. So, however, however that works, that's fine. Just send it. If it's got to be cash, at least get it secured inside something, a rigid card or something, or better yet, care package. Douglas likes those. Any goodies, snacks, other things. Maybe he can describe things he's needing these days. It's getting warmer, so maybe less need for the electric blankets. But you can let them know if you're going to send something in the physical mail. Though, probably best to get in touch with them, let them know that it is coming. So probably best way there is email. We'll assume you can email because you're on a device and everybody has some kind of email, and we're suggesting you log in with your Gmail. So let's assume you have an email. If not,
how the hell are you even listening without?
Right. I mean, I guess, but yeah. So, sorry. See the email there? Is it? It didn't.
It didn't show
Anyway,
up.
yeah,
It didn't.
yeah. Did it show? Yeah. Or,
Let's
well, it's
see.
not link. It didn't like blue hyperlink. I don't know.
Well, I see in
Douglas
PayPal. It
Swain.
looks like it's linked to me. I mean,
Oh, okay. Well, maybe.
yeah.
Douglas Swain Dietrich at gmail.com. Let him know you want to send him something. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. So, contribute, distribute.
Yes.
If you can't do one, then do the other, preferably both.
Yes.
Neither one, then, well, well, we'll let God judge there, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right. If that's the case, Doug will send. I don't know. We'll send a Kino after you in his or some part of him that's floating around out there in the right.
Oh, you're killing me.
Yes. Yep. So,
yeah, yes. Let's put it that way. He's the boogeyman of our times. Everybody's talking about him now. You see that
I know.
girl with the tinfoil hat that I put into the infinite call, and it's like, and yet my name is never mentioned.
Right. I know. I've seen a couple videos. I just happened upon something, and guy had one video on. I looked, and I was like, oh, yeah, no, you're not mentioned. It's always the same type stuff. It's just really not very often anything very novel that they have. You have to,
thank you.
You have to come here for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So true.
Yeah. So send money. What else? So let's get to the title. Footnotes. How many footnotes we have? Title bar always filled up. I see you. Look at this. Flower emoji there.
Yes.
And other emojis. YouTube doesn't always display. Well, it did better this time. It doesn't do well with the flags, but for me. But the title's always filled up, and there's always more to say. So especially if there's a little asterisk, but in any case, you should look at the little description below and click that, open that up, and check that out. Everything Douglas would like to acknowledge for this time. Topics and historical anniversaries, holidays, other things, other languages. Look at that. It's your whole multicultural lesson there. So I don't even know how to type all that stuff. He's quite a command of the keyboard there, and of many languages and cultures of the world. So it's just it's just an all-encompassing education here. And then check out the poem. I believe you read that before, or she did.
Yes.
So.
By the way, Amy, you're the first person in history to have read her poem aloud on this program. You're the first person in all of recorded human history to have read a Dietrich poem dedicated to herself aloud on record.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
There's always room for first.
Yes. And continue, Aristides. Anything else you can think of?
That's about it.
Well, definitely what I wanted to do is kind of breathe and get myself together to launch into at least a little tirade till others join us. So, Amy, in the few minutes you have remaining before you go unconscious, why don't you join Aristides and me in a kind of a round table, do some, kind of, what do you feel, Amy, is going on domestically or internationally that really should be grabbing our attention? Well, I scrabble some quotations together, to make certain.
Okay, I get it. I know that there's this need for everybody to pay more attention to things that are, in front of them. I think that the main thing that goes on in these circumstances, like we've been told that like things are great, like everything's fine, like there's nothing wrong with the economy, like, and we know this is not true. We know this inherently, but I think the bigger push that needs to happen at this point is people have to start consuming in a way that makes it really hurt the establishment. Like, you have to, like, you know what, if gas is too expensive, figure it out, ride a bike. Like, there's things that you can do in the way that you spend the little bit of money that you do have. I mean, I know there's so many people just living in cars, living in storage units, just making do with the situation, and we're all exhausted. We're all well beyond exhausted. Just the fatigue is palpable everywhere you go. But for me, like, this area has been so depressed my entire life. I was just
The area you live in.
I live on the border. I'm in a border area between Quebec and Vermont, and we really don't have an economy unless there's tourists. And being that the Canadians have not really been coming, we really have not had any economy at all. And it's apparent everywhere you go. And I'm thinking about, I walked into a store and I'm waiting in line, and the people in front of me look like they haven't had a decent meal in years. And you know that they're not bad people, but they have been neglecting themselves. And so what I would encourage people to look at is, instead of making choices like, should I pay rent or should I pay this other thing, don't pay any of it. Find a way to live your life in a way that feels good to you. Spend money on things that make sense to you. Don't necessarily believe that you're going to just keep working in this job and then just get another job and work all the hours that you're not actually working at the first job, at the second job. That is not going to help you. And I fell for that. I did, at times in my life when I was really young and had energy to spare, like, I would do that. I would just simply, well, I have time, I might as well be trying to hustle. And so I would have like 5 or 6 jobs, like all kinds of gigs, just trying to make this whole system work for me. And it never did. And so when people like start like freaking out about, well, my electric bill is so high because it was too cold all winter and there was nothing I could do, had to use the electric. And we know that the electric companies are jacking up the prices on top of the fact that we have a greater consumption, being that it was an extremely cold winter. And the idea that I'm trying to like give people seeds to cultivate on their own and take what they can and try to nourish it and make it their own. Just stop trying to do what you have been told is correct. Start noticing what you can do that feels good in your place where you are right now. And stop thinking like, I gotta be a billionaire. I gotta keep figuring out what I can do, who I can screw, like whose penis can I suck in order to make me money? These are stupid ideas. But are you, I mean, is that helping Douglas's, audience understand that?
Yes.
Really, like,
they can handle it. They can handle it. Yeah.
The problem. Yeah, and it's one of those things where you just start asking yourself, like, am I really willing to do whatever to make it happen? Like, am I really, like, am I doing this because I'm going to somehow benefit? Am I going to then be let into the club? No, you're never going to be in the club, first of all. And second of all, the things that you think you want, when you get them, you will no longer want them. You will want something different. So, like, even having like enough money and enough friends and feeling pretty secure in your situation, you need to pay attention to the fact that there's a growing criminal faction of people who are just fed up and tired and aren't going to be able to handle themselves with civility. as things continue to deteriorate. So that's just my thought on it, is like, even in like the simplest, like I don't really interact with other people all that much, but like I still need to go to the store and get supplies, and even in the store I'm confronted with just, how am I going to get out of the store without these people trying to have a conversation with me, even though I know they don't have anything to add to my life. Like I know that they're just malnourished, starving, and just hoping that somebody will notice, like hoping somebody's going to, you know, show some kindness. And I have been dealing with this for a very, very long time. I have been dealing with a system that's set up so that I have no choices. Like, it's our work and then go to the bank, put your paycheck in, find out the bank's going to screw you with fees and not have a paycheck on Monday. Like, I've been doing this for a very long time, and my sense about how things are today is that I have been hardened by all of it, and I've made choices to be really secure. It doesn't mean that I have money. It doesn't mean that I even I'm not set up to like go to war or anything like that, but I'm concerned that I'm going to have a lot of food because I've put myself in a situation where I'm able to grow my own food. And is this going to attract an attention in itself that I need to mitigate with other people? Like, I need to help other people deal with the fact that food has become outrageously expensive. And then, you know, have more. I mean, it's really easy for me here to have excess food. Like, we have 20 acres of perfect agricultural land. Like, it's really, like, even the smallest garden last year was way too much food. So I had a lot of really difficult things happen in order for me to really narrow down that this is what's important to me. I want to go out into the yard and get my food. That's, that was just something that I arrived at, like having to deal with like food pantries and having to accept food that was undesirable because that's what was offered to me.
Oh,
and
God.
And
what was your worst experience with that?
Not wanting it. I mean, when I first started going to food shelves, like I was living in Spokane and I had 5 jobs and I still worked less than 10 hours a week. And so there was periods of time where like I didn't have the money for food. And so somebody suggested just go to the food shelf. I'd never been there before, and nobody explained to me that you're only allowed to go there once a month. So I went and I wasn't able to, I walked. It was like right down the street. So I walked and I wasn't able to carry all that much food. And they were like, well, we'll see you next month. Next month, you'll know you need to bring a car.
Well, they expect poor people to have cars? Well, I guess Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And well, the other thing is like, I didn't have like a sense of like how it worked. Like, I didn't know that like you go into the place, you check in, somebody shows you whatever, they give you a cart, and then you pull off of the cart, and they're all run differently. Like, everybody, has their favorite spots that do a really good job with food distribution. And it's a matter of just understanding the transitory nature of the world that you live in. I mean, to think that
it's very zen. I like that. It's a very zen term. Go on. Yes, the transitory.
Well, to just think like I'm going to go once a month to the food shelf, and then in that month I move 6 or 7 times.
Yes.
Like back and forth between different places for work. And so even just having extra food for the month, I didn't have access to it. I wasn't able to like it all with me all the time. I had to put it somewhere, and that place just happened to be a place I didn't end up back at. So I've lost out all the food that I gathered. I mean, these are crazy situations that I wouldn't expect anybody to understand. But now that this is sort of coming to term for people who've never experienced that kind of thing, you need to make better choices. Like, if you have stable home environment, grow your own food. Get used to eating less food. Eat things that you can grow yourself. Get to know some farmers. Take some trips out to farms and look at how the animals are treated. And then see if you can purchase your meat from directly from the person who's growing the animal for you to ingest. These are all things that have always been in my head. My grandmother was a farmer, and I could tell that story. I could tell the story about my grandmother. She spoke only French, and so she hardly ever said anything to me. And there was one time we were at the farm overnight, and there was everybody was out in the barn. There was this calf, or this cow was freshening, is what they call it when they give birth. And it was problematic. There was something wrong. Like, the water sac was not breaking.
Ooh.
And I remember
that's a
my grandmother went.
That must have scarred you for life. Go on. Psychologically.
Oh, this is like one of the only memories I have of my mom's mother, was that we were all hanging out, waiting for a veterinarian who told us he wasn't coming, said he wasn't available. And so my grandmother had to take charge, try not to lose the animal. She cut the water sac open and realized that the calf was breached. It was the back legs that were coming out instead of the head.
Oh, man.
So she had to manually, over hours that night in the barn. My brother and I were just like set up on this bale of hay, just watching the whole thing with all the adults around.
Oh my God.
And the calf came out. She pulled it out. She got it out, and then her brothers came in and helped her get it all the way out. And then, of course, the uterus prolapsed on the cow.
Fuck.
And so at that point,
me.
like, she was going to lose the cow.
Yeah.
She was going to lose the cow. But the vet who said he wasn't showing up had called another vet. And then that vet showed up, and he was able to assist in getting the prolapsed uterus back into the animal so that the animal survived. So we're hanging out. It was like a long night, and we're looking at this calf, and the calf looks very weak. It looks very small, and we're cleaning it up. We're like giving it, like they would milk the mother and then give a pail of milk to the cow, to the baby calf. And the calf wasn't standing up. Like, usually you can set it on its feet and it'll stand. This one was not moving. It was sitting there, and they're washing it off. It had a third eye. It was a calf that was born with a third eye.
Christ, that's like horror film. Wait, yeah, is this because the 3 Mile Island or what? What the fuck?
It could have been anything, but my grandmother said it was more than likely when they do the insemination with the cows, they also do vaccines. They also give meds, and she said it's the chemistry. It's all the meds that the cows have to get in order for them to get the insemination. And so that's what she thought. She thought it was like that. And then this 3-eyed calf like got sold to the circus because it was a freak of nature.
There was still circuses in those days. Yeah. Tell us about that. Do you know anything else about that? Because that's always fascinating, the circus scene.
I don't know. I was so little. My grandmother died when I was really young. She had cancer, and she did not survive very long. Once they diagnosed her, she's pretty much done. She did have 9 children also. Jesus fucking Christ. In my mind, like, that was...
It's amazing that, she didn't prolapse like the fucking cow.
I don't know that she didn't. I have no idea. But her kids are all very healthy. They're all still around. All of my aunts and uncles, they're all ancient at this point, and they're all still around. So they were all incredibly healthy people, but they were raised on garden and animals that they fed themselves. So they know exactly the kind of life the animal had before they eat it. And that has always been in my mind. I was a vegetarian for years because I lived in New Orleans in the city, and I couldn't tell if this meat had been well kept. Like, you just couldn't tell where the meat had been kept, how it had been raised, how it was butchered. so I wouldn't consume it. I wouldn't have meat.
Oh, wow.
I've been a lot laxer as an adult in this desperate world, but I've always carried that around with me, that if you're gonna eat meat, you kind of want to know
where it comes
that it
from.
wasn't a three-eyed calf.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, anyhow, continue.
Yeah? Do you love that?
Yes.
Isn't that a great story about my grandmother, about my mom's mom?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
she was so capable. Like,
Yes.
she had been doing this her entire life. Like, she knew exactly what to do. She didn't want to do it. She called her brothers. But when it came down to it, she saved that animal from death. And
Oh my God.
and I will never forget seeing that third eye on that calf.
Of course not. How could you? No, that's branded.
I mean,
that's branded into my mind's eye right now. But go.
it is. It's one of those experiences that, like, when we were talking about it the next day, I was playing with the calf. I was like holding its legs, and she was like, "Just leave it alone, Amy." And I was like, "I love it." And I was like, "How did this happen?" And I was like, "Oh, it's because they were inbred. Because it was an inbred birth. Like, it was inbred." And my grandmother goes, "That's how you start a line. That's how you start a blue blood line, is daughter to father."
Oh,
And I looked at her and I was like, "No, that's what happens when you get three eyes." And she just looked at me and walked away. But that was like one of the only things she said to me in English ever.
Wow.
Was that's how you start a blue blood line, is daughter to father.
Okay.
So
and
there's that element also.
Yeah. And such having been shared, was there any hint of that in your environment? I understand you shared some things with a friend of mine recently about Moloch. Is that something that you can talk about?
I mean, I don't really know what to say about all that. Like,
publicly, you mean openly?
I don't really think that.
If you feel it doesn't bear sharing,
yes,
you don't. I'm just asking casually. You don't need to be pressed to share anything.
I can't. I could never be for sure because of the environment. It's so isolated, and all these farming families. Well,
this sounds like fucking H.P. Lovecraft. Isolated farming families. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, they were all related, and they were like the closest neighbors. So it was like just this isolated area. Like, the winters were really long. Like, you have to imagine that, like, there was some element of that happening. But has it ever been brought to my attention or admitted? No. When I look at the records from way back, it's clear that in both sides of my parents' family, there was a lot of marrying of cousins.
Whoa!
Like, that seems to be very clear. And a lot of the cousins were getting married. Like, but it was also very calculated. It was like in like generations. Like, it would be like the grandparents and the grandkids, like somehow, like the son's son would marry the daughter's daughter.
Wow!
Damn! It would be cousins.
So, but so when your grandmother said this about morbid inbreeding, that's how you start a blue blood line. Was she saying this as a negative, or just kind of a positive, or kind of a neutral? What was saying it as a critique? She was
critiquing my point of this happens with inbreeding, because in my 4-year-old child's mind, somebody had said that during the night, that this could be inbreeding. And I had repeated it to my grandmother, and she never spoke to me, but I remember clear as day her explaining to me how you get a blue blood line when you're breeding cows. So I feel like it was like just simply like, this is the best use of your animal husbandry, is to take the offspring and use them to get the best of the best.
Right.
but I like
That was how it
I'm
was
not a
perceived
farmer.
for
I don't know.
that's
It didn't make any sense to
interesting.
me.
Interesting. Okay. So that was looked on as positive, as the royals looked on it in traditional Europe. Okay, I get it now. So it was actually like a positive, but there's some collateral happenstance. That's oh man.
Think?
Yeah. So and so, but do continue with this is so fascinating. But so far you've talked about the inbreeding, but was there a religious or cultic? Was there a cultic element to this? Is the impression I got from what you shared with our mutual friend.
Yeah, I'm very I'm very disturbed by a lot of the treatment that I get from my family. And when I
Yeah.
heard a story about how the Amish
Mhm.
have this act of shunning
Yes.
and how it's really hateful
Yes.
because they're very exclusive in their communities, and if you are shunned, it's more than likely you will kill yourself because it's such a terrible
Well, you can't live without the
situation.
community. You can't live without the community physically either. It's called ostracization in the outside world. They call it shunning with a biblical connotation. In the outside world, it's called
Yeah.
ostracization. Continue, please. But psychologically, of course, it usually kills people before they can even physically starve. They kill themselves, as you said. Yes. It's
Yeah. And that to me kind of made a little bit more sense as far as like the way that my family treats me. Like, you're speaking of it as if it's a cult, but I'm going to say that it's not as much a cult as this is how we deal with those that do not conform to our beliefs.
But
they do not do what they're told.
Was there not some hint? Again, only what you're comfortable sharing at the moment, but was there not some hint of something deeper? Molochian was the term that I got the wind of.
But I don't know anything about that. Like, I only know, so their whole existence is based on the church. Like, the only thing they would do is go to church. Like, they were farmers. They worked every day,
You're talking
all
about these
day,
Amish, the particular Amish
all year long.
The Amish that your family was somehow grew out of this Amish community.
No, they're not Amish. They're Catholic. They're French Canadian Catholics.
Huguenot.
But it was
Wasn't that the term? Was
story.
Huguenot? Well, no, Huguenot was something else. Huguenot was the Protestants who then escaped to Louisiana. So these were Catholics that settled in the north.
French Canadian Catholics.
French Canadian Catholic. So they had escaped from the British purge of Quebec when the British won the French and Indian War and then started trying to massacre the Catholics. The Catholics had to escape British Protestant genocide by coming down towards the area where you live now and resettling.
The Acadian deportations. Yes. And that was over a number of years. There were like decades where
over generations. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. They would go all over. They would go to Louisiana. They would go back to Europe. Some of them went over towards the Hudson Bay. But like the ostracizing, like the isolating the person who's not conforming, not doing what they're told, not performing these duties or whatever, that was very that felt really resonant with my experience in childhood of just being unable to speak to anybody. Like, my family didn't listen to me. I couldn't escape into the community because the community worshipped my family. Like, my family were really well received in their community, so it was it was useless. It was useless to try to even talk about it, and I didn't have the words also. Like, the only clue that there was something deeply wrong in my family was just in the fact that like I didn't have any connection with them. Like they weren't taking time to speak to me. Like there's so many cousins that I have that I don't have any bad experiences with, and yet I still don't know anything about them. And they don't know anything about me, and none of us speak. Like none of us really bonded, even though we spent all our summers together out at the farm. Yeah, I just feel like there's always been so many secrets. And when I rejected, you know, this
By the way, speak directly into the
unpaid
microphone.
caregiving.
Speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, I might
Yeah.
be. I
You've
might
got a
be
good
on it
phone.
with
You
my
have
finger.
you have a good phone, but it sounds like you're lying down or lying on your side.
Finally. I'm not lying down, I'm sitting. But
But by the way,
main
Heather Holman says
underlying
Heather Holman says, please ask Amy her grandma's name.
Mhm.
Mary with a Y, Mary with an I-E, etc. MM. She wants to know if your mother's name was an MM. Please ask Amy her grandma's name.
Yeah.
Okay.
She knew all of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Mary Teresa. Teresa Claire was her third name. They all have 4 names, right? The men are all Joseph something, and the women are all Mary or Marie. My dad's mother was Marie. My mom's mother was Mary. But she's Mary Therese. And she was really beautiful. Like when you look at the pictures of her with all the little babies, like she's just this really beautiful woman. And, you know, she had 2 sisters, but she was the most striking of the 3 girls. Like just gorgeous, like just like fair and plain and gorgeous. And my mom is the one that looks the most like her. But yeah, I really didn't have a good relationship with her. Like there were so many of us that even when we'd get together, it was like there's just so many of us that you didn't have like a lot of interactions with any of them. But yeah, the idea of marriage was always sort of tainted for me because my dad would always tell me that my mom's mom and dad don't love each other. They're only together for the children. And I remember specifically one vacation where I was at the farm with my brother, and my grandmother and my grandfather were fighting in the bedroom, and she yells out to him, "Where are you going?" And I watch him walk across the kitchen, putting on his hat with the feather in it, and he yells back at her, "Church." He takes the car and is gone for 3 days.
Wow.
And this is probably the most happy of all my grandparents would be this guy here who goes to church when he's off cheating on his wife.
Ooh, Jesus.
Yeah. So I mean, just the secrets, just the way that like everything was sort of like brushed over and prettied up, and no real direct answers for any of your questions. Like, yeah, she was a beautiful woman, and in the end, after all those 9 kids, 9 kids didn't keep her husband around, and it was just it was really chaotic there, quite unsettling and chaotic. Like my grandmother was incredibly clean, like just like all her girls. She had 7 girls, and all her girls talk about the way they were forced to clean. Like my Aunt Rosie was talking to me about her mom used to make her go in all the tiny windows in the dairy barn and clean every day, each of those little tiny windows. She knew exactly how many windows there were. I mean, and it's a barn, like it's dust and hay and spiders and bugs, and so every day she cleaned all the windows after school.
Jesus.
And it was just like that. Like everything was immaculate. And my mom's house is the same way. Hospital clean. Something about the neurosis of we don't talk about things, but we'll clean it up.
Yeah.
That's kind of the best description I can give of
would you feel that this was a morbid obsession with cleanliness? Almost like a washing away of guilt?
religious. I
Okay.
would say it was just truly religious.
Okay.
That her girls, they all have immaculate homes.
Mhm.
And they all have had animals. Like they've all at one point in time raised rabbits or chickens or, you know, horses, like whatever they're doing. Everything about their farm is pristine.
Mhm.
Like it's all, like it's just, they're constantly cleaning.
Mhm.
It's got to be clean. It's got to be organized.
Mhm.
There's no thing out of place. Like my life is just packed into boxes and tubs, and I'm completely disorganized, and forces me to like really focus and concentrate on what I really want.
Mhm.
But I don't agree with the you must have everything hospital clean all the time.
Well, that's
I've never been able to live like that.
it's yeah, that's it's not necessarily a positive mindset. So aside from that, honey, what about the problem you have with the community not understanding the fact that your family has been so abusive to you, that you were essentially were left to die, shunned, and
Yeah.
even though they were Catholic,
Continually, not
wait,
even just a little bit, like
since they were
continuous.
Catholic and they weren't emulating the Amish community at all, where does this come from? It has to be cultic.
Yeah. I mean, maybe
yeah.
I mean, it's all me stabbing in the dark at this point, and the only grace that I've had is to just turn away and find people who are willing to see me as a human being and help me cultivate some skills and develop some, you know, something I can be proud of, some self-worth. Because everything that I've experienced with them has been hardship. It's always been very difficult. There's not been a whole lot of celebrating. It's always kind of we're just going to bear this burden together. But in essence, it's always me bearing everybody's burden. And I'm not doing it anymore. I'm having time to take care of myself and reject all the things that don't serve me. And so when I say that people need to focus on not maintaining this lifestyle of rent and excess and waste and ignoring the people in your way. Like if you're out and about in the world, you're going to come across somebody who looks like they're not as fortunate as yourself. And how are you going to treat them? Are you just going to look away, not make eye contact, ignore them if they try to speak to you? And maybe that is what you need to do, just close the door. But also, you can't just close every door. You need to find people who can commiserate with you, who can say, look at this scene, look at where we are at in our world. Like, how can we make this better? Like, how are you serving others? Are you participating in the humiliation ritual? You know, like, are you buying into the gossip of this person's a terrible person because of this or that? And then you're just making decisions based on what other people have told you and participating in a ritual of humiliation, of a shunning.
Well, I mean, intense, very, very, very deep. But with that in effect, I don't think my listeners can truly appreciate the intensity of what we're talking about without you expressing something you've already expressed on record. So you may as well reiterate it for our new listeners. Your mother has such a hypnotic hold over your biological father that she convinced him to physically attack you, try to kill you.
I mean, I think we might be getting a picture of my father that is not accurate in that my dad has had a head injury since he was 14. He's incredibly slow. And because he came at me and put his hands on me.
But he's the community pharmacist. Everyone in the community worships him because he's their drug dealer.
Yeah, this is true. But it's no longer the case. I mean, he hasn't had that shop almost 10, 15 years. It's been a
Okay.
long time.
Yes.
But yeah, he's not functional. Like he's not, like he has this head injury and he doesn't really, this is something that he's just struggled with since being 14 and hitting his head and going to the hospital and having an infection. And you know, he did a lot. He was able to get through pharmacy school. He was able to have children.
How the fuck did he manage
Like
that?
these are,
I mean, having children is one thing. That's just mechanical. But
Yeah.
how the fuck did he make
But,
it through pharmacy
I mean, he
school?
convinced a woman to do that thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Which,
That's also impressive. Yeah.
right? And I do remember him being more responsive. Like he really, in the last 20 years, has not been responsive to his environment. And so, yeah, the thing about my mom is she's run him their entire marriage.
Yeah.
She's
Like a machine.
done everything for him.
Yeah.
If she dies,
Yeah.
he will be close behind. He cannot do for himself.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done for himself my
Right.
whole life.
Right.
She does everything.
Yeah.
She does it all.
Yeah.
And in that way, you know, if she's upset and complaining about me for this or that, or like I'm making her look bad, or why don't I do this, and yada, 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 he's going to take that as my wife is upset. I need to fix this. And it really is like a blind faith. Like he's not questioning. He's not seeing the reality of his problem. This is a TBI. This is, you know, what happens to people with TBI. There's just like few ways that it manifests that is like true across all of them. And one of them is like this real dissociation with what is right in front of their face. Not being able to communicate about why they're doing what they're doing. And, you know, even like when he put his hands on me and I asked him, are you assaulting me? And he said, yes. Even then, I just got mad and yelled at him, you know, I mean, which I've never really done, like not as an adult. I've never gotten really upset with him. And I just needed to at that moment. I just yelled at him. I ran and I grabbed some paperwork from the car. I showed him how he had put my name on all his properties and he refused to have a conversation with me about what he was doing, why he was doing it, and why didn't I know about any of this. And it was just useless. So I had to take steps to protect myself. I had to get away from them. I have not talked to them since. I might send a text message or a card, but I have not talked to them, and I won't. I've said before that listening to Heather talk about not knowing if her daughter's dead or alive, like it made me question whether I should, you know, continue on with this no contact situation. But as soon as I breached that, it was obvious that they had no idea what they have done to me. They have no idea. It doesn't register to them. All they see is that what is mine is theirs, and what is theirs is theirs. And I don't exist. I have no will. I have no choice. Any decision I might make is completely irrelevant in their world. And that's, you know, that's a sickness. That's like a mental health problem. And again, I keep going back to this.
Well, that's it.
I'm
That's more.
surrounded
I don't know if it's so much a mental health problem as it's just pure raw evil. Why don't you just say they're pure raw evil?
It is presenting like, you know, you go to church like more than 3 times a week sometimes, but you can't have a conversation with your own daughter. Like you just have to play all these mind games with her and like put this property in her name, but then whenever she tries to talk to you about it, you're just going to ignore her and yell at her and make like I don't know what I'm talking about, even when I'm holding the deed with my name on it in front of them. Like, I mean, you just get tired of it after a while, and you start to realize like it's them. There's nothing I can do. I can't do anything to change them. And it was the fact that I did not play play into whatever role they saw for me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be that person. And so the shunning, and then the shunning. And I just feel like it forced me into some really tough places that, you know, gave me a lot of strength. It made me realize that all these fears that I have that were placed in me, you can't do this, you can't do that, you'll get raped, you'll be hurt.
No,
this kind of thing will
into the
happen.
microphone, honey. Into the microphone. Yes, you're talking through the pillow right now.
Yeah,
Sorry, go on.
I just feel like the whole childhood that I experienced was one of manipulation, and I don't really understand how I don't understand how families operate. I don't understand what good parenting looks like, and you know, that played into why I chose never to have kids. I don't really get it. I didn't receive that kind of attention from my parents. I mean, the one story that I have of my grandmother is that with the 3-eyed calf that was born that one night while we were staying at the farm.
Right.
So yeah, that's, you know, that's just, it's not, the thing is, like, you think that it's like the most terrible thing, and it's like a horrible thing to not know your family or to not have your family in your life. But then when it's happening, it's actually, you know, it's better than having to deal with people who just hate you, who are just mean to you all the time. Like, it's better to just protect your own peace.
Yes.
That's what I've learned, is that, you know, all the scariness of like moving away, not having holidays with my mom and dad, or really any family, it just became like this, well, that really doesn't mean anything. Like, all this emphasis that's placed on people to like make the holidays great really doesn't mean anything. Like, when you've done a number of things on your own all the time, it's not a big deal. And this idea that you're just going to work and get your 2 weeks of vacation every year until you can't do it anymore.
Yes. Is that what a life plan, right?
That's what you're right. Get into it. Go on. Go do that with your time and energy. Slave it off to somebody who does not care about you. Yeah, I don't know. It's my birthday. It's my birthday party.
Yes. That's why I'm inviting you to go all the way. Please, by all means, go all the way. I mean,
I can't
have fun
do
with
it. Actually, I don't think I can go on. I'm ready. I'm ready to crash out. I just came outside to get a little cooler because it was a little warm in the shed.
Oh, wait, that's the fun. How do you sleep through the night? Don't you have to get out, run in the cold, go back in again? Isn't doesn't that happen several times during the night? It definitely,
yeah, there's a point where like I got it just the right temperature, and then I can shut down the stove. Like, you have a damper. You use your damper. For any chick out there who doesn't know how to keep a wood stove, you got to use the damper. But once you shut down the damper, and then it's laying a bed of coals, like, I can leave the window cracked and it's just enough air over where I sleep. But Toke doesn't like it. It's too hot for him. I love it. Like, it really, I love being in a sweat and then getting out in the cold. But it's better than just being cold. Yes. I'd rather be too hot than too cold.
Same here, honey. Yeah, better to be too hot than too cold. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
So, in terms of the night, what's it look like in the sky? Are you able to see the stars?
A little bit. It's gonna rain again, though. We had all day rain, and we're looking at more rain the next 2 days. So I'm excited to hear what you're gonna say about our tsunami or whatever's coming. 'Cause it's definitely weird. Like, people are like like usually by Mother's Day, you can start putting your stuff in the garden, but everybody's holding off because it's like, what are we doing? Like the trees are cold, like the leaves have not even come out on the trees. It's still, I mean, some places like down south or even just in places that aren't as cold as here, like we have in this spot next to Canada, it's more of a Canadian Arctic breeze comes off the St. Lawrence. But like on the other side of the mountain, they might it's a little warmer. They have more leaves on their trees, whereas here they're just cold. Like the leaves are not opening. The buds on the ends of the sticks are not, they don't like it. They don't like this cold. And I told you I tried to put in some squash in the garden.
Tell people about this. This was tragic. That was tragic. You planted too early. What prompted you to plant too early?
It's not too early. Most years you can plant at this time.
Okay.
It's just this year, for some reason, there's no early. Like you can't get stuff early because it'll just get frozen. Freeze it right out. Now I don't have squash. I have one squash that I did not plant that I can put in. It's okay. Squash is crazy. You really only need one squash plant because it'll put out so much squash. You won't have anybody to eat it. It's just, gardening is really crazy. Like you get what you get, basically. And like you said, you just become a slave to the plants.
Yes.
Because you can't, you can't ignore them. Can't really go away because if you go away, the weeds will take over and they won't thrive. You won't get much output.
Yes.
You know, it's a different type of thing. But talk to me in the fall when I'm like, I have more food than anybody I know.
Wow.
Because it's all right here. It's all growing in front of me.
Thank God for that.
That is one of the best things.
Can you really live off that? And how did you wind up with so many tomatoes? That was just spontaneous. You didn't plant them. You're allergic to them. How did you wind up with so many? You had to give them.
I hate them.
Yeah. How did you wind up?
That's how they showed up.
So it's a cult. It's demonic. They're like your weed. They're like your weeds.
Yeah. Nightshade. Nightshade takes over. Well, he's been here 30 years. He's had plantings in these same beds repeatedly over the last 30 years. So when stuff comes up, it was there, but it was planted at some point before. And that's kind of the fun of gardens also, is whatever the volunteers are, whatever volunteers just poke their way up. That's what you really need. But like there was also purslane, which is like these little yellow flowers, but you can eat the gelatinous stems and leaves. They're used in Middle Eastern cooking. They're very tasty. I really did like the purslane. That was kind of an interesting salad treat that I wouldn't, you don't really see it in the grocery store, but it came up in the bed and we didn't plant it. So we added it to our salads and it was fantastic.
Cool.
Yeah, I love it. Like this is something that, having been so destabilized throughout the last 20 years, like having my own garden, coming from a family that has always gardened, they've always raised their own meat to butcher because that way you know what it's being fed.
Yes.
It's had a good life.
No, tell us a little bit about that mentality. Live slaughter is very important to myself as someone with a military, being raised in a military family, indeed a warrior background through my mother, the combat experience background through my father. War is very important to me. And therefore, one of the things I know, someone who sources from a military/warrior background, and I do want people to understand there's a very, very big difference between a warrior and a soldier. A soldier simply follows orders and acts in unison with other people in a cohesive unit. Doesn't mean they're not brave, but a warrior is someone whose entire life is dedicated to combat. So when it comes to the difference between those having been articulated, my background sources from both, and therefore what I realized in Saudi Arabia during the holidays, where they take out live cows and slaughter them on the street. Very large animals, bigger than any human being.
Yeah.
And they slaughter them on the street publicly with all the kids participating in the bloodletting, the bloodlust.
Yeah.
They have an enormous advantage in personal combat that Americans do not have. Americans kill with guns all the time because they can't get up close and personal to their enemy. They're too chicken shit. So Americans are really incapable, generally speaking, of the kind of bloodletting that these other cultures so close to the earth, this visceral killing of the animals that they raise, they have a capacity to kill that Americans do not up close. And this has to do as well with killing animals that they've raised. It's something that you also love. You develop an affection for these animals, you know them, and yet because your life is more important than theirs by your own need to survive, you ultimately kill them when the time comes. Tell us a bit about this mentality. You grew up with it, and Americans in general have no concept. They think that these animals are battery bred or something. Certainly there's allegories to that with the industrial scale of meat production, and that was another thing that you tried to avoid the consumption of because of that very fact. But all that being said, give us a little more erudition on that subject.
I think the one thing I might add to it is the fact that it never leaves you.
Mm-hmm.
These people are in their 90s performing the same things year after year. They, they raise the animals through the summer, slaughter them in the fall, and it's just, this is how it is. I don't think that they would ever let go of that particular lifestyle. I think that it's very much ingrained in them, just as like, I mean, if I'd been raised by people who were mariners, who were fishermen on the ocean, like, I don't expect that they would ever stop fishing. It's just how it was. And it's also this idea that you're removed from your food because, as you say, like, you could take a gun and shoot the animal, but
well, you wouldn't do that if you're going to eat it.
perform
If you could help it, you wouldn't do that if you're going to eat it, because that messes a lot of things up. The trauma of the bullet messes all kinds of shit up. People do that usually in desperation.
This is important. Yes. That is important. It's important that the animal itself is not racing with the fear through their muscles before it's butchered.
Yes.
So there's a means to keeping the animal calm while it's being exsanguinated, like while the blood is being drained from it. Like it's you need the animal to remain calm. Or, as you were saying, like, if you have the gun, like, you're gonna feed the animal, shoot it in the head, and then go around and collect all of the bits of the animal that you're going to use. And,
that's right. That's right. Hunting is different, but this is not hunting. You're trying to conserve as much meat as possible because you raised it, you fed it. You don't want to waste that shit. Anyhow, go on, continue. Yeah.
Well, not that you even that. It's
and many hunters don't eat what they kill.
The
but yes, go on, honey. Yeah, many hunters don't even eat what they kill.
If you scare an animal, like if you're hunting, and the animal realizes it's being hunted, it's going to have that hormone of fear in the tissues. It's going to taste it completely different than an animal that just like we'll talk about rabbits. Like, you can kill a rabbit by snapping its back.
Wow.
Like, you just pull it in two directions and snap its back, and then it's dead. And so if you can do that to the animal and you don't screw it up and it doesn't go through that toxic hormone fear phase,
right, which is systemic.
Your meat is going to
It
taste
goes all through
better.
its system. Yes, go on. Yeah.
And it can be, it can be a thing that, you know, there's a learning process to it. But in my family, it was always one of these things where it's done by the eldest woman.
Interesting.
You know,
Interesting. Yeah. Why is that? Why?
Because they're the ones preparing the meat. They're the ones making the meals.
Okay.
They know if you screw this up, I'm going to have a freezer full of crappy meat that I don't want. So there's this, like, if you're going to have this lifestyle, it's a matter of you do it with others. Like, you're not doing it just like isolated as a hermit, but you also have a plan to where the ending of the animal's life is a smooth transition. And also, like, you're not keeping these animals as pets, you're keeping to eat them. So it's not as if like you're like sad about their death. It's like, this is what you were planning all along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're not like allowing the animal to become old and decrepit, and this is not going to be good meat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you slaughter the spring herd.
Mm-hmm.
You take the ones that you want to breed, and then you slaughter for consumption the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just see what you get. You see like how big the heifers are, the cows, the meat from the beef. It definitely, whenever I'm around this kind of activity, like I completely reject it. Like, I will not eat that.
Really?
Really? Witnessing.
But you grew up eating it, right? You grew up eating it, though.
I know. And I still, like, every time I'm like, I really am not. It just is not my thing. I don't want to eat that anymore. I will go to the grocery store and I will purchase a package of meat. But honestly, it's hard for me to do that because I don't know where the animal came from. I don't know that it had a good life. And I'm too, like, yeah, I don't want to, if we butcher chickens, I don't want to eat chicken for a long time.
Wow.
If I'm there the day they do the beef, like, I don't want to eat beef for a minute. It's not something that I see myself doing. It's not an easy task. I never was good about the butchering day. I never liked it. My brother loved it. My brother has no empathy. And it was just like, it was a joke to him.
Tell us a little bit about that, because that's so fucking fascinating. Your brother is essentially Dexter.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I haven't ever watched Dexter, but if you mean like no empathy, like, we'll just do whatever, not care about.
Tell our listeners what he does. Tell our listeners what he does.
He runs an animal testing lab.
Jesus.
He's the one who tested all your vaccines for you.
Yeah, there you go. Oh my fucking God.
And that's how it affected him. Do you see how, like, it can manifest very differently, even though it was the same experience. I tend to not want to be involved in it, and he tends to dive right in, like, I'll take charge.
Oh my God. He wanted in on that.
He's just, I don't know. They pay him.
Yeah, pay him to do
He's
that.
not doing it for free.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
they
he
pay
loves
him.
his job, though. He loves his job. Oh, believe me, he would do it for free. But he's in fucking pig heaven because he gets to wallow in getting paid to do what he loves.
I guess. I really don't know the guy.
Didn't he like grow up killing animals in front of you? But I'm not talking about to eat. I'm talking about like whatever he could find.
I really don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really don't know. What I remember is, like, if we found like an animal that had been injured and I was able to capture it, like a baby bird or a mouse or something, I was always trying to tell him that it was his job to save it. Like, I always remember,
that's a joke. What happened
I
there?
know. I remember, like, having, like, baby birds, like, tucked away into the cupboards in the garage and telling him, like, I need to leave. You need to watch the baby bird. Was always dead when I came back, but...
Well, there you go. He's... Oh, I'm sorry. That's hideously funny. I mean, you handed it to a psychotic. And
I created him.
Yes?
I totally get it. I know.
Tell us about this.
I'm the big sister.
Tell us about
I should have been nicer to him.
Oh, don't blame yourself. Though I understand it was a little bit more dramatic than that.
You want me to tell that story, don't
Please.
you?
Oh, please. I'm salivating. I'm salivating. Come on, I apologized on my knees to you, honey. I've prostrated myself.
My knees.
Give me that.
So my brother and I and my dad, we all have brain injuries. We've all had concussion or a TBI in some way. My dad was very apparent. Mine was in a car wreck. And my brother, when he was 2 and I was 4, we're sledding, and I had this little round sled. And I don't know why there were no adults around. It was just a bunch of kids.
Tell us about these sleds. It's like plastic or something. Where do you get them?
Yeah.
It sounds so
What do you mean? Like every store. You just don't know because you live in a city.
Right.
Like the country stores, they all starts to be winter. They all have these plastic sleds that you can go buy. And this was like, it was round. So it was kind of like a saucer. Had 2 handles. And me and my brother both fit in it perfectly. And the older kids were all sledding, and they brought us out there. And my brother and I slid down the hill a couple times. And then one time we let it go, and we made it go really fast. And then I saw that we were headed towards this tree. So I put my feet out like to stop the sled, and it spun around, and my brother slammed into a thorny apple tree. Crying. And all the kids are like, oh, this isn't fun.
Don't stop there. Don't stop there. It's a lot juicier than that. It's a lot juicier than that. He was in the Christ crucified position. He was like in this with oh God, what was it in his head? No, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah. Oh my God, no, but he was screaming, but you didn't know why. No, he was screaming at the time, but you didn't know why. And it wasn't just any scream. It was the wail of the damned. It was the wail of the damned. He was burning in hell.
He was really upset. Like nobody could sled anymore.
And he was letting the whole world know it. He was upset. He was letting the whole world know it.
Yeah, well, for good reason. And then, so we go home, and it was literally 2 weeks of my brother freaking out. Like, not right. My mom not scrubbing this little dirt spot out from between his eyebrows. She takes him into the doctor.
She kept scrubbing it like it was like it was dirt. Like it was dirt.
Yeah. Yeah. Making him cry even more. And he had a thorn directly in between his eyebrows, straight in his head.
Who extracted this? What?
The doctor.
Okay, so what brought it to the point where he was brought to the doctor? Something had to go critical mass. It was like...
Yeah, he wouldn't shut the hell up. He was sick. He was fucking sick. He could not stop crying. And for good reason. He had a fucking 3-inch spike in between his fucking eyebrows. Yeah, that's my brother.
So when the doctor extracted... Now tell us about this. So when he was finally brought to the doctor, tell us about this appointment. Because this is where Dexter is born. This is the origin of Dexter.
I appreciate you want to know all the details, but I don't even know I was 4 years old.
Yeah, but no, the doctor finally says the dot between his eyes is not dirt. And he takes whatever instrument he does, he extracts it out. And what was it again?
He brought it home. It was like 2 to 3 inches long.
A thorn that had impaled the frontal lobe. All the way back into
straight through his pituitary.
Yeah, all straight through his pituitary. Oh, fuck.
Right between his eyes. 2 weeks.
It killed his empathy. That was the birth of a psychosociopath. That's
how you do it.
Yeah, you made Dexter. You made a monster. Oh, I'm so proud of you.
He's my fault. I know. He's my fault. I know.
Oh, shit. And ever since then, he loves killing animals. In fact, he loves keeping them alive to suffer.
Hated me, and I deserve it, honestly.
He loves keeping them alive to suffer. He works in a lab where he watches animals die forever. He doesn't let them die. He doesn't let them die. He keeps them alive in pain and agony. Doesn't he chip them for Elon Musk or something?
I don't know what he does. I'm trying to tell you, I really don't know anything about him, but I do know how he turned into a psychopath, and that is the story.
Oh, that's delightful. I love you.
It's how my mom got 3 people in her family, all of them with head injuries. Lucky her.
Oh, but wait, your mother today is not your biological mother. This is a stepmother who married, kind of jacked your dad, right? Some kind of?
No.
No, that's your biological mother.
That?
That's your biological mother.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, that's my mom. I look just like her.
So she's pure raw evil.
Yeah.
God damn.
She looked most like her mom out of all of her brothers and sisters.
She looked most like what?
Most
like what?
She looked the most like her own mother.
Okay.
She had the most resemblance to her own mother.
Yeah.
Of all of them.
Yeah. Oh.
But no, she's definitely my mom.
Yeah.
She definitely I was talking to the acupuncturist. You remember how I was seeing that acupuncturist?
Yes.
I was talking to her about what happened to my mom, and she, being from Inner Mongolia,
yes,
could not believe that they did that to my mother with the 2 aortic valves.
Oh, tell us about this. What did they do to your mother with the 2 aortic valves? Oh my fucking God.
They cracked her chest open. She was dying.
Yeah.
She was at the hospital.
So they opened her up like a fabulous crab.
And they took out her aortic valve and replaced it. It didn't work. They had the wrong size. So for 3 years, she ran around like a freak because she wasn't right. She was not right for 3 years.
So her brain was starved of blood and ergo oxygen because the heart pumps were the wrong plumbing size.
It was the wrong valve. wrong size.
The wrong fucking valve. The wrong side. They did the wrong side. They did the wrong side.
And she's still alive. She survived that and had it done again. They did it the second time. The second time she was much better. Just the whole thing was
but it's
so
too
much
late
better.
Then. Her brain was all rewired towards evil.
I know. Well, and that's what the acupuncturist was saying. She's like, you cannot take an animal part and put it in a human. She said that is against God's law. And I was like, thank you for understanding it for what it is. It is against God's law by far. One of the worst things you could do.
Well, I don't know about that, but it doesn't help when you put it on the wrong fucking side.
Yeah. The wrong size. The wrong size. And for 3 years, we couldn't get them to pay attention. They fired the surgeon. So after my mom's surgery, we got this letter saying so-and-so is no longer affiliated with the hospital. She will not be meeting you for your follow-up.
Oh, it was a woman. It was a woman. Oh my fucking God.
It was an East Asian woman.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
East Asian.
Oh my God.
And she was giant. She was like 500 pounds. I remember going to an appointment. Heart surgeon, 500 pounds. And I went to...
That should have been a warning sign right there. That should have been a warning sign right there.
Yeah, my mom, being a nurse, was like, she brought me to this appointment with her, and my mom asked her flat out, well, how do you feel about me having chiropractic care in order to, help support what's going to happen after the surgery. And the woman looked at her with this look of disdain, like, East Asians, they're better than everybody. She looks at my mom and says, I don't believe in chiropractic. I'm a cardiologist.
Oh my
And
God.
and
Who eats?
so
Who
we
can't
left
stop
that.
eating?
My
Who
mom
can't
was like,
stop eating? Yeah, but
yeah, right. So we left that appointment, and I told Mom, if you want to do the chiropractic, Mom, I'll take you. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, I should have been like, we're not going back to that
why
doctor.
are you so kind to this woman? Why? Yeah, but why are you so kind? Was this before she became pure raw evil?
I'm her child. It's like biological.
But wasn't she always bad? Wasn't she always bad?
But I'm her child.
Understood. Okay.
I'm playing the role of the scapegoat.
Understood.
I'm playing the role of
basically,
the hero daughter.
You're telling me you already suffered from Stockholm syndrome.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally. But I didn't recognize any of this. When I first was back here, I was like, this is going to end. Like, I'm going to get them into a retirement home. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go back out west where I love it.
Right.
Don't love it
Why don't
here.
you come back here? Why don't you come back here?
I know. I just need a car. Get me a car so I can drive. I don't have any freaking way to do anything right now. I can plant. I'm planting stuff. I'm planting seeds.
I don't drive. I don't drive, so I'm going to ask a stupid question. The Prius won't cut it. The Prius won't cut it.
The Prius is not legal. It's got too much rust, and I brought it 5 different places and paid them money to tell me they can't inspect it. So it's done. It's done. We can drive it around on our property, and that's the best we can do with it.
Do you do
charges
that?
Our battery, so we don't want to sell it.
Okay. Do you actually drive it around on the property? Your property's that big?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 20 acres.
Yeah.
It's not super big. Like, it's not as big as like my parents' property up at the Meditators. But it's big. Like, if I have to walk this property every day, I'm fucking tired.
Yeah.
Like, it's big.
Yeah.
It's a big property.
Jesus.
And it's on the river. It's on a giant river.
God
so
damn.
there is water. You just can't drink it.
Yeah, tell us about this. The water is polluted because of industrial meat production or facilities upstream or something? I'm sorry. Continue.
Well, right at this point, it's like Canada. Canada is above us, but it's all the dairy farmers. They spread their manure with all the chemicals. Like, they make their cows, because they're mega farms, they stand in these formaldehyde baths to keep their feet from rotting. And the formaldehyde baths rinses in with the cow poop, and it just stinks. And it's toxic.
Christ. Jesus.
All our rivers are toxic because of the mega dairy farming.
God damn.
And nobody does anything about it. They just keep going. They're like, well, maybe I can get a job over at the St. Pierre's. Need to do something over at the farm.
I love the way you say that. I love the way you say it. Yeah, well, so it's a running sewer. It's an open running sewer.
This part of the river is not as bad.
Okay.
Right past us is the mega dairy fields.
Okay.
So when you drive down from from here into the town where I grew up, the river along that road is filthy brown from cow poop. And it's because, like, right around the corner from our spot on the river is just fields of cow poop. They're just spreading manure in those fields.
Oh.
Because they have 30,000 cows.
Oh.
And they made all these rules about you have to inject now they're not allowed to spread on top of the soil. They have to inject the poop into the soil so it doesn't run off as quick.
Oh, that's a nice image. Inject the poop.
Yeah. But it's terrible. I mean, either way, it's still terrible. Like, just get rid of the mega dairy. Diversify your farming. It's a lot deeper and worse than all of that, and I'm not going to go on air and talk about all the horrible criminal activities that happen on these farms, but
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Do so. Do so.
no, it's not worth it. It's
Okay.
just not worth it because
Okay.
there's no, I don't have firsthand experience with it because I don't work on farms because I don't like
Okay. Got it.
animals that much.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do love a kitty. If I had a kitty, I think things would be better. I do like kitties. But
That came out of nowhere.
animals in
That
general-
was Dexter like. That was like your brother.
Well, we have been talking about it. Like we do want. Sometimes I think I hear a cat, and I know there's probably not a cat outside, but I think I hear one. And we just keep saying like maybe we can get a wild kitty. Maybe we can, because there's places where they're like infesting. You know, like there's stray cats infesting places, but we can't keep them out here. But we have. I've seen a giant eagle, like, because we're here in the spring, they hunt on the river.
All right.
And I've seen this giant eagle with its claws in the beds where we're planting.
Yeah, picking up cats.
the
Yeah,
eagle-
yeah, picking up
Eagle
fucking
prints.
cats.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we'll ever be able to have a cat. I think it's too many predators. There's coyotes, there's eagles. They all eat cats. You love it.
Yes, no, this is beautiful.
You love my
Yeah, no,
little-
honey, your
my
life
little
is
border.
your life is a situation comedy or a or some kind of experimental bleeding edge kind of drama along the lines of Dexter. Yes, it's a combination of both. That's the but you know, hey, this isn't gonna hurt your bro. What's his first name? I want to.
Christopher Michael.
Christopher.
You like that?
Christopher
How do you like that?
There's a friend, a mutual friend of ours.
We know. I know. I got it. I know. I hope the rescue team Dietrich got that too.
Oh, I'm dying.
I think they
Oh,
know
I'm
too.
dying.
It's a very inside joke for everybody who's listening and doesn't understand why anybody listened to this channel. Why are you talking, people? I know.
Don't
I
talk
know.
into your
It's
pillow,
very
honey. Don't
inside
talk
joke.
into your pillow, honey. Don't talk into the pillow.
And it's probably just that it's the signal in this spot isn't great.
Okay. Oh.
It's when I sit on the bed, it doesn't work as well. I'm not sure why.
No, you're beautiful now. Your sound is beautiful now. The position you're in is fine. Oh my God, that was beautiful. I'm so glad I asked. That's delightful.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
in terms of the with all that has happened, tell us about your time on the West Coast. You loved it here. I'm sorry?
Oh, I lived in Spokane, which is kind of West Coast, not really. I stayed in Coeur d'Alene,
Oh,
and
honey,
then
it's West Coast as you can fucking get. Don't worry about that. Go on. Yeah, it's West Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, and mostly like the Panhandle area out there. I had a bunch of weekends over in Seattle thinking I might go over there because there's just more people, but I couldn't stand the traffic. Like I really just don't, like, even in Pittsburgh this winter, I was like, I cannot live in this kind of environment with traffic everywhere, different people all the time. So, and there's so much opportunity, but I just don't like it. I like driving on a road by myself, nobody around, and that happens here. But out west, I moved out there because I had moved to Savannah for a job interview with SCAD, the Savannah College of Art and Design. And I did not get it. And not only did I not get the job, they completely ghosted me. They interviewed me and then wouldn't even call me back or answer my emails.
Do you feel that this might be because you're blacklisted?
Oh yeah, but at the time I had no idea.
Which brings us back.
I had no idea.
Which brings us back to something that does need to be related. You were going. You say you're going to this monastic retreat. So do you have
Yeah.
any fears that there might be a repeat of what happened at the time you were up in the hills? You were kind of going to these various monastic retreats, in a sense, yoga places that were out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. You wound up being tailed at one point by what apparently was a van full
Oh,
of
yeah, yeah.
Hasidic Jews. Tell us about this.
That was in New York, though, and New York is a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Like, New York is really on lockdown. Like, here you can pull into a gas station and get some Wi-Fi. Over there was no open Wi-Fi anywhere.
Mhm.
Like,
Okay.
it's really a lockdown fascist state over in New York. It's not the same at all. It is not the same here. I mean, here's really deep poverty. A lot of just unfathomable generational poverty.
Mhm.
But I prefer it here because it's like it's not, I don't know. The one that I'm going to is nothing to do. The place that I went, there was nobody else there. It was just me and the two old people teaching.
Mhm.
And this is like a whole bunch of young people.
Mhm.
They asked me because I haven't been there, but also I think because they have a lot of young people who have not studied at all. And I think they need older people who have more of a practice, more of an ability to like not project and not get excited and play by the rules. And like, because every time I've been up there, there's been just like a lot of excitement, a lot of like amorous, playful behavior among all the young people. And I'm just not like that. I'm like, I just show up to sit. I just want to sit.
By that you mean the
Yeah.
yoga position, so to speak. Do your yoga.
Yeah,
You
like
want-
they have what they call a zendo. It's a yurt that they
Yeah.
built, and so it's round. So you sit in a circle, and then you have your zafut, your pillow, that's just meant for sitting to like get your hips up higher than your knees. And I haven't been sitting. I haven't been in a meditation practice since living out west, where I'd moved out there after trying to move to Savannah, and that didn't work. I took a job at a ski resort. And then after that, I was able to collect
well, the ski resort, by the way, the ski resort was, tell people about that. That wasn't the hotel group with all of the moldy everything.
No, this was ages ago. This was like 2008.
Okay, go on.
Yeah,
okay, wow.
It was
Okay.
It was a long time ago, and I only did it for a season, and then after they lay you off after ski season.
Yeah.
And so I was able to get unemployment, which is how I moved. I moved with my unemployment out to stay with a friend in Idaho. And then I was hung out in Idaho all summer, and then I couldn't get work. So I moved to Spokane and started substitute teaching because there's always work in the cities, you know, you can always find something in the cities. And so that's how I ended up there. And then I really, like, I only had like gigs. I never had a full-time paying salary position, but I taught yoga. And so people always helped me. Like they loved what I was doing. They loved how I made them feel.
Was it kind of a barter where they were kind of helping you in exchange for your yoga lessons?
A lot of barter.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of bartering went on in the 6 years that I lived out there. And I worked like 5 jobs, 5 different contracts to teach, and worked make 10 hours a week.
Jesus.
Teaching yoga.
Wow.
And I always had plenty of money.
Wow.
I would make like $300 a class. Like I had plenty of money. It was really, I was spoiled. Like I could never see myself getting back into like, get up at 7, get to work for 8, leave at 5, get home at 7. I couldn't do that again. I did it for a little while, but after making so much money, hardly working at all, and having everybody love you because you're helping them feel better,
Yeah.
it was hard to not, you know, to come back here and like not have any work at all, and then have no, like, people tell you they want you to come and teach, and then actually they want you to pay them to teach a class that you aren't going to make any money at. Like, it's the dumbest thing in New England. They don't, They don't treat women very well over here, and they certainly don't treat women who want to teach yoga very well.
Damn.
Even my grandmother, when I got my yoga teacher training, like I was teaching in Newport, I had a 2.5-hour class where we like did like a deep dive into like different things. Like we would have different focuses, and I would get like 3 or 4 women who would come, and we'd have a 2.5-hour practice.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother wanted nothing to do with me. Like just
Wow.
I had a class specifically for seniors. She would not come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, she's Catholic.
Yeah. And that has something to do with it in the sense that she feels that this is somehow, you know, a way to portal evil in or something of that nature.
I think if I had to be correct about it, I feel like my mom was feeding a lot of negativity
Mm-hmm.
to the rest of my family.
Mm-hmm.
Like she might have been like saying nice things to me, encouraging me, like saying, how can I help you do this?
Yeah.
But then turning around and like speaking evil to everybody else. I mean, and that really came through as my grandmother got older and older and like would say things to me like, why aren't you more like your mother? And I would say, what do you mean by more like my mom? I don't understand what more like my mom.
Why don't you be
doing
more
with me.
evil? Yeah, why don't you be more evil?
Yeah,
I've been
right,
trying
well,
to
that's
I've been
in
trying
my
to
head,
teach you.
I'm like,
I've been
why
trying to
would
teach
I?
you.
Why would I? What kind of mom do you think I have? But she literally lived to be well beyond where she wanted to be. So she was dealing with her own stuff at that point. I mean, just the fact that she lived to be 99 is just, every year, I could not believe it. Could not believe every holiday.
Mm-hmm.
She's still around. That is fantastic. It was really something.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, all Heather
Oh,
says.
somebody's writing us. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the Madeline image in French Canada. There you are. Take a look at what she's saying in the infinite call. Can you access the infinite call on the text box? That would be nice if you could. Then you could read it out loud. Yeah, and let's see if you can do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can you access that?
Oh, did you read what Heather put in?
I want you to read it. Read it out loud.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah. Oh, wait. Before you start.
well, Heather could.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, can you access it? Can you see it?
Yeah, I got cut off for a second, but it came
Okay.
back.
Well, since you're back and you see the text, I want you to start reading it, but just give me a moment to go mute because I'll make a quick run to the restroom while you read that. And then when I'm back, I'll pretty much start into monologue. I will segue into monologue. But let's see if Aristides is awake to back you up, just in case. Aristides, are you with us? That way you can back her up in case there's a need for a roundtable moment.
Pretty much.
Excellent.
Pretty much. I'm here.
We love you, Ari. So, tell you what, I'll be right back. Just give me a second to go mute, and both of you have this. Everybody, I will be right back, and you're in the best of hands. Our young lady's going to read this wonderful text from Heather, and Amy, mon ami, do take it away.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I missed all of these. I'm looking now. Oh, what is the kitty with the tomatoes? That's nice, Brendan. Like, anyway, Heather has written that the Magdalene lineage in French Canada, often discussed in esoteric or historical mystery contexts, refers to the theory that descendants of Mary Magdalene and Jesus Christ settled in France, the Merovingian dynasty, and later through French colonists in Canada. While rooted in popular legend and bloodline theories, these narratives are frequently associated with early Quebec settler studies, Templar history, and the veneration of the sacred feminine, key aspects in French Canada. Some researchers and enthusiasts suggest that early French settlers, particularly in Quebec, brought with them Magdalene traditions, a hidden esoteric. And this is actually something that was brought up to me by other French Canadians. The Merovingian dynasty, something I had read was that the Merovingian dynasty was actually, I want to say like mermaids and mermans, and that was also playing into perhaps the lineage and the bloodline, that there was kind of an Aquaman or Aqua woman delineation through the Merovingian dynasty. That may or may not have been part of what she's talking about here. But the use of Mary and Joseph in the lineage was something that my mom had pointed out, that in all of the families, in all of our families, there was always multiple Marys, multiple Josephs. And it's because they gave that nomenclature to all of them. And then if they survived, they would get to use like whatever the second or third name was. So I mean, that was what we noticed in my own family genealogy, was that the use of Mary and the use of Joseph was sort of...
I'm back. Thank you. Now I can take on the world, but do continue. Yes. So Mary and Joseph everywhere. Yes, go on. Yeah.
That, in what she's saying is kind of what, there was this movie that they made about it too, based on a book. I forget, like Dan Brown.
Oh, that's stupid. Da Vinci Code bullshit. Yeah, go on.
That's what it was. Yeah. So they kind of took that and ran with it and made a film, which people loved. People loved that film. They loved.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah, it was very anti-Catholic. It was rabidly anti-Catholic. But do continue, please, by all means, honey.
I feel like this is probably one of the best descriptors of my French Canadian background that I've ever read. I've read some people who have written about what it means to be French Canadian and thought to myself, they don't know anything about my family, but this is pretty close. The sacred feminine, the way that the group, as a group, my relatives would generally chant the rosary in French, in Latin, and in English at all funerals.
Wow.
So that is something that, you know, you've always said that the Catholics are the only religion that really even includes a feminine component. And, you know, my problem with it is that the use of the feminine component is also, it's also only if you're a mother. Like, you're only considered divine feminine as a mother, and there's no other role for you other than mother.
Yeah. Hey, we're joined by someone. Hi, Heather. Hey, honey.
Who's here? Oh, there she is.
Say happy birthday to our young lady, Heather. To mon ami. You're glitching heavy, Heather. Are you?
Hold on.
Yeah. Get into a better position. Okay. There we are. Infinitely better.
There we go.
Yes. So, honey, say happy birthday and welcome aboard.
Happy birthday, Amy.
Mon ami.
You're the best. Thanks.
Yeah.
For showing up to the party.
Yes.
You bet. I bought cupcakes.
Oh, delightful.
The thing that bothers me about the mother in the Catholic tradition is that they use mother as the Mary of Jesus' mom, but I think that that's Mary Magdalene that they're worshiping and saying it's Jesus' mom, so it's kind of like defunct, you know.
Okay.
Because that's Jesus and Jesus's baby and Mary Magdalene at the Catholic Church, and then they don't tell you that, or they switched it or something.
Is that the? So, Mon Ami, you did see the Da Vinci Code movie, right? Maybe you can tell us, was that the plot thereof? Or Heather, if you've seen it.
I don't remember anything about it.
I don't. Okay. I didn't see it.
Okay.
But I do know that... I'm sorry.
Was that Vin? Was that Vin?
No.
No, it was me. Holly.
Oh, Holly.
Hi.
Hi, Holly.
Oh, say happy birthday to Mon Ami, Holly.
Good.
Oh, they're glitching you, Holly. Jesus,
It was
Holly.
a hen party.
Yeah, Holly, you got very glitched.
Can you
there.
hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yes.
Okay. If it doesn't straighten out, let me know, because I am in a kind of a weird spot.
Okay.
But yeah, we'd have a hen party.
Yeah. We'd have a hen party. Yeah, girls.
And I
yeah.
have comments, a quick comment. Dan Brown stole every word he wrote from Lincoln and Bejan and their nonfiction Holy Grail. What was that? You know the book. Oh God. Geez,
Holy Blood, Holy
blanked.
Grail, and
Holy Blood,
the
Holy
Passover
Grail.
plot. And the Passover
And
plot.
the
Yeah, go on.
that was different.
Okay.
The Legacy. It was the Messianic Legacy, I think, was the second book.
Okay, get into a little better position. You're still glitching a bit. And
Damn it.
yeah. So you're talking about the Messianic Legacy was the title of this other book. Explain to our listeners the difference.
The second.
Yeah, explain to our listeners the difference between all three books and our four books, if you will.
Well, Passover plot was on the Old Testament more.
Okay.
And Hebrewism.
Okay.
And you've criticized that book horribly, but I thought
did.
it was amazing.
Understood.
Not that I remember anything about it now. Nothing. But Holy Blood, Holy Grail was epic. It was France's biggest selling book of all time. And it took another 10 years to get to America. And as they point out in France, the Catholics not so Roman. It's all Notre Dame and John the Baptist churches. And certainly the crucified Christ is not this central archetype. It's in there, but it's certainly not focused on.
Right.
So that was the Roman part. To what those guys are saying anyway. I wanted to throw those two things in there.
Whoa, no, that's most welcome.
Anyway, hi, you guys.
Yeah. And you entered with a bang and keep the bang up. I mean, continue with, obviously, Heather broached a topic that you are clarifying, and it's appreciated. When I say that the Roman Catholic Church is one of the few to include the feminine aspect, I mean among the modern, powerful, highly dispersed, Abrahamic power churches, the power religions. Obviously, there are modern attempts to try and integrate the goddess in Christianity by certain, we could just call them very progressive elements of Christianity that they're not in any sort of power on a mass scale. It would be wonderful if they were.
Certainly not.
Yeah.
Certainly not. But I think there was strains that, dated back old enough to where France has always been like that. They didn't just all of a sudden stop worshiping the crucifix.
No, but
and like you guys were saying with the names, it was the Magdalene that supposedly brought the bloodline because she was pregnant.
Yes. That's correct.
When to France,
the Merovingian bloodline,
and founded the Merovingian kings. Yeah,
that's right.
Joseph of Arimathea and all that.
Yes, just so our listeners understand. So the claim to a kingship and the divine right of kingship is the rationalization of the Merovingian bloodline, the lineage via Mary Magdalene from Jesus the Christos himself. By the way, we have hair or mermaid hair from our dear Heather MANAKTALA brings that up. They found diatoms in her hair. They reading her text here. Hey, Heather, read this aloud. Read this aloud. They conclude it was just clay, laugh out loud, after scouring her cave for those diatoms. So, Heather, anything you want to verbally say here? Heather?
No, I was just reading the article when they were restructuring her face, like they did the composite of what she supposedly looked like. And they just mentioned, in their paper or whatever, their presentation, that she had these diatoms in her hair. And they tried to find like traces of it in the cave. and they couldn't find it, so they just said it was like shampoo or cosmetics or something.
Wow, I like that.
Well,
Shampoo or
glow.
cosmetics, really?
Diatoms glow. They're phosphorescent.
Yeah,
So maybe it was a
bioluminescent.
fungus.
Or a
Yeah.
moving thing, or both.
Mhm.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, huh?
Mhm.
Very.
Yes. And so
And Amy, what you were saying about Canada,
yeah.
the French Canadians carried it over.
Mhm. Mon ami.
Richie, go.
I have, you know, just a lineage where it's mostly French Canadian.
Mhm.
And even though like there are within, you know, a couple generations back, there's people who clearly look native. There's never any record of them being native. Like there's no story, there's no oral tradition. They were all French Canadian. And
Yeah,
in the trees,
there are Native Canadians, right? That are actual like a tribe.
Yeah,
that-
First Nations. They're called the First
Inuits,
Nations.
yeah.
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 well, and then there's the Métis, which they
Yeah.
are basically like, we have been interbreeding with the French for so long that we are not French and we are not native.
Mhm.
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
there's the whole
Right.
tradition of the English don't get along with the French because they've so ingratiated themselves with the natives that they've become savage as well. That is
Got it.
written in all kinds of literature about the early settling of Quebec City.
Wow.
And
Believe
then,
that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't
You
have a
know.
lot to offer about French Canadian history, but I am so close.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
She doesn't like the idea of me going back to Canada, but I am so close to Canada that it makes sense for me to like have my next move be north and into some of these spaces where, you know, my grandparents arrived here from Canada. They didn't arrive here from France, and actually it's 400 years of them being from Canada. There's not any real French other than French Canada in my lineage. And you know, all the French came over in the 1500s. And so they have hundreds of years of trading with the natives, of settling and depending on the natives to get through the harsh winters. I
Mhm.
have so much tradition that I wouldn't
And
know
they
anything
interbred
about.
like crazy.
They had crazy amounts of children,
Mhm.
and most
Yeah.
of them lived. Like that's what I always, you know, I think it's very sad when like you look at my grandmother's father's family. It was just him and his sister, and then there were two other children who were girls who died. And that is very sad. Like 50% of your children didn't make it. That's
Mm.
very
Mm.
difficult.
Mm.
But most of the
And the woman
families
had
were
to
not
just
that.
Grinding them out.
The
The women had to just keep grinding them out
Yeah.
because they expected it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Awful.
that's what men do, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get a woman,
Yeah.
you keep her home, and
Yeah.
you keep her pregnant.
Yeah. Barefoot and pregnant.
That is the tradition. And it's not just the French Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
Grind them
They-
out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep
And
going.
like Heather
Keep-
says, or you said, there was, you know, and Douglas said, no, the power religions never wanted anything to do with the feminine, and they slaughtered any
Mhm.
fellow Catholics that disagreed with that,
Mm-hmm.
en
Yeah.
masse,
Mm-hmm.
over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, by
The
that.
Templars being one such group,
Okay. And tell us about that.
because they acknowledged the Marys.
Interesting.
They didn't have anything against them, you know, like the Roman Catholic Church does.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
That they
whoa.
were either, you know, mothers or sluts.
Well, wait. With the Roman Catholic Church, I thought we agreed acknowledged the feminine through Mariolatry.
Barely. Barely. And like Heather's saying, it's better, you know, you're still kind of just here to have kids. but you get to ask Mary for help because the priests aren't going to help you.
Well, I'm not arguing with you, but I still feel that I'd like to think it was well, there were bad times. Obviously there were witch hunts, mass persecution of the feminine practitioners of female empowerment that was basically through witchcraft, where they were the local wise woman. And here's some great pictures of diatoms from Heather in the text box. So these pictures of phosphorescent diatoms emphasize what Holly brought up. They glow in the
Well, it
dark.
looks like fungus. That's what she said.
Well, they're not fungus. They're kind of like that, but they're a lot. They're kind of more aesthetic.
They're beautiful in the
yeah,
woods,
they're
like in
beautiful.
that horrible movie Avatar, and the forest is all glowing.
Yes.
Certain kinds, there's forests like that for real,
Yes, there are.
where
Yeah.
they're all lit up with them.
Yeah.
Those are beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes. And so Brendan says they are plankton. Thank you, Brendan. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Why don't you fucking jump on, Brendan? Jesus Christ. You know what
Well,
I
I
want you to
talk a type of plankton
Yeah.
because aren't diatoms, do they cause the red tide even, I think maybe?
I don't know about that, but
Red tides.
they're shelled single cell organisms. I thought some kind of fungus caused red tides.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So no, fungus. It's not a fungal thing, and Brendan's saying this isn't a fungal thing either.
Yeah.
Which I accept.
Yeah. I wouldn't know, but I'll look into it. Because it's a fascinating subject. And
Yes.
But at any rate, do continue. You're all on a good path, and
and Mary's the star of the sea, so equated with Venus.
Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense.
Beautiful.
And,
Okay, here we are. Red tide is algae from Brendan. Brendan, jump the fuck on. You know what I want you to talk about. Yeah.
Oh, I'm all screwed up.
Yeah.
I thought red tide was an organism.
No. It is.
Okay.
Algae's an organism.
Yeah. But not a single-celled creature.
No.
Well, or maybe. I don't know.
Well, whatever it is, generally speaking, it's generally bad news.
And generally not phosphorescent.
Yeah, it can be.
I don't believe.
It's hard. No, it can be.
Okay.
It's adaptable stuff. But but continue before I jump into any kind of monologue. You ladies are on the right track. And
I came to listen to them mostly, but I'd had to get that Dan Brown thing in because I hate his guts.
Yes, thank you.
They sued him in court.
Yes.
And lost.
Yes, unfortunately.
That was tragic.
It certainly was.
Because he's a big stealer.
Yes.
And he stole Da Vinci Code from Pincknett and Prince.
Yeah.
The ones that explored the origins of the shroud.
Yes.
Of Turin. And he stole that book right out, too. They never sued him, but they should have, because he did.
Yeah.
It was shameless.
Yes.
And so what all of France wanted to read the nonfiction, America couldn't handle it until it came out in, Hollywood flash.
Cinematic corruption. But go on.
And murder and all that.
Oh, yes.
So,
albino assassins, all the rest of that shit, they're just...
But there is a tremendous interest in that esoterica.
Yes.
From people that never even thought about it before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it sells.
Yeah. And there you go. But still, it's all in the wrong direction. It all goes into this stupid.
Yeah, Dan Brown's a jerk. Fuck Dan Brown.
Yes, thank you. You hear us, Dan Brown?
I think Lincoln still lives. Bajon died not long after.
Okay.
I think Lincoln just died too.
Oh, okay. These are authors. You're not talking about the president.
No. Holy Blood, Holy Grail guys.
Okay. All right. So tell people about them.
It was a mind-blowing book when I read it back in the 80s, both of them, about the whole, and then there was Lawrence Gardner and all these guys that took off into the bushes with it. none of which I found that credible. But Holy Blood, Holy Grail, I thought was pretty darn plausible.
Mm-hmm.
And it did,
I
you know,
burned it.
I mean, you
What?
did. Oh,
What?
your
I started to
grandmother
read
would
it
have
and was
caught you
like,
with
this
it.
thing doesn't deserve to be on paper. And
Oh,
I
wow.
was done
Oh,
with it.
really? Oh, no, it
I just
affected me
burned it.
deeply, and
Wow.
not in an evil way at all.
Mhm.
It
I
was
did
more the
not. I had a
truthful way.
visceral reaction, and
Wow.
I don't do that to books usually.
I
That's
mean, this,
amazing.
yeah,
Thank you
that's
for
fine.
sharing that, Mary. Thank you, mon ami. I called you Mary. Mon
I'm
ami.
not saying that.
No, not that I want to hurt Holly's feelings. It's just I'm glad to.
No, I could take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, you're a strong woman. You're a strong woman, Holly. You're a big girl. And
It
you're,
brought the
Well,
politics into it of the day,
yeah.
and we
yeah.
were taught religion without the historical context,
So
and so I
Amy,
appreciated that. Now,
Yeah.
the Priory of Sion, this society that spun off it, I don't know that they were good or evil.
Okay.
I was just glad I wasn't Protestant. God, they got nothing. They can't worship a lady. Like you're saying, Douglas, you don't get to worship a lady
No, that's for
unless
fucking
you're
sure.
Catholic.
Yeah, that's right.
Period. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's truly. I mean, with the big Abrahamic
Jews
religion.
suppress the Shekinah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jews don't like the Shekinah.
No, that's for fucking
And I don't know that the Quran has sensual women much at all.
Oh God, well, that's certainly not enough. Not enough to have an effect. But Ami, mon ami, tell us about your visceral reaction. I want to hear more about this.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
just like Holly really liked it, I just felt like I got really angry, and it was during a time where I was having campfires every day.
Mhm.
So it wasn't
Yeah.
like I had to think too hard about it. It just was like, and part of it might have been that like it was given to me by somebody that I don't like. And so
Okay.
Interesting.
it might have
Okay.
been just more of this, like, this is, I don't know why they gave me this book thinking that I would like to read it. And guess what? They're not getting it back.
I love it. I love it.
I destroy any Necronomicon I can find or steal, but I don't
That's
burn
great.
them. I
No?
heard if you burn them, it lets the devil out to
Okay,
Roam.
Cool. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So I
So what do you
drown
do?
them and tear them up.
I love it.
I tear them up and I drown them
Oh, cool.
in a bucket.
Yeah,
In
in
a
a bucket. Cool. Oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah. Then where do you put the pieces? Just in the trash?
In the goddamn dumpster.
Yeah, I love it. Okay. Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Or any
How to
Peter,
kill your
that
books.
Peter guy,
yeah.
Peter Levenda books. Those are
Yes.
such trash anyway.
Do that with the Peter Moon
But
books, too. But go
They're
on.
just stupid. Yeah, I can have a book drowning.
Yes.
Jesus.
Next year for my
I
birthday.
never thought it would come to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That's
Wait,
what we're doing.
excellent.
Better start
Yeah.
looking for
Happy
your books
birthday,
to burn.
baby.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love it.
really. I never thought it would come to this. But lo, it has.
State of our American life.
Yeah. Burn them books.
Oh,
Burning books for your
Yeah.
birthday.
yes,
Mhm.
yes. That's what
Mhm.
we've come to. But that's where we're at, and it's
That's witchcraft right there, girl.
Yes.
All right.
That's witchcraft, straight up. Know it or not. And I got no problem with that. But yeah, that's a little witchy.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, and
Not in a sacrilegious way.
yeah, and let's see, we got some input here from beautiful input from Brendan. So get a nice stained glass mirror. But Brendan, like I said, jump the fuck on the bandwidth. You know what I want you to talk about. I wanted him to relate his experience with myself when we. Jesus, there's somebody in the background with Amy. Is she suffering a home invasion? I hope the fuck they haven't let this certain individual out that we both know. But
No, it's the dog. She's
okay.
like doing her nightly scaring of all the other creatures.
I see. Well, don't worry about that. We don't mind hearing the barking of the dog. Jesus Christ.
You're back in Vermont?
Mon ami.
Yes, I've been back in Vermont for a couple months.
So tell her
Very good.
about that.
Okay.
Yeah, and tell her
You got your
Why?
garden going already.
Oh, I
No,
don't know
it's too
about that.
cold.
Yeah, tell her what happened.
I
Mm.
put in some squash. I covered them. I thought they'd be okay. I went and looked at them. They're all frozen. They're all freezing.
Aw,
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't even like squash. I could
You'll
eat it
end
if
up
I
with a
have
lot of
to,
it.
but I don't really
Right.
like it.
And
So yeah.
Unless it's deep fried.
uh,
Then
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah.
much
No,
like
zucchini
anything else that's
squash.
deep fried. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
so
No, I've been back and I'm doing okay. I'm working on getting a car. I'm trying to work out
Yeah.
how to be mobile because this is not a place where you can stay
there
if
you
you
are.
don't have wheels.
Oh, you finally
Right.
realize it. But don't you want to ultimately get the wheel so you can escape, or you're just kind of married to that
Yeah.
land at this point?
No, I mean, the reasons why I like this place have to do with it being so close to Canada. And I haven't been able to
Yeah.
go to Canada because I don't have a legal car.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the main, yeah.
And for the
that-
long term, it makes sense to look that way, I think, for you.
It's so close. Like,
Yeah.
I wish I could explain to y'all, like, I can see it
Or
from here.
even to move
used-
there. Do,
I used
do they
to
have any
drive
kind of?
over the border every night for
Mhm.
study group in high school. I
Right.
don't go there at all
Right.
anymore. I've been here 10 years. I've been up there once.
Yeah.
It's cheaper. Things are cheaper up there. People are better. They
Why
do
don't you
speak
just
French.
Why don't you just take the illegal car, drive up there like you're breaking through the Berlin Wall, and ask for
Oh
asylum?
yeah, do that.
Yeah, just say
Oh,
I'm
God.
seeking political asylum. I'm an American escapee, and just make it a Berlin Wall
They've
type
heard
scene.
it all before.
No.
They've
It'll,
heard
it'll
all
make the
this
news. They'll love
before.
you. Honey,
Yeah.
they'll love you. Canada today wants to see shit like that. Yeah.
I know
Well-
all the border crossing guards. That's the problem. They all know my family. They know my dad. Like, they see me coming and they're like, do you know you can't get across in this car? It's not inspected. Like, do you want us to call the police? Do you want me to leave you here detained forever? Which is really just like across the street from where I live now is the detention center.
Well, being as you have so much family bloodline up there, is there any kind of dual citizen deal with
There
Canada
should
No,
be.
for relatives?
my grandparents were all born in the States,
Mhm.
and it's the
Okay.
great grandparents that were born like across the border. St.
Yeah.
Hyacinth, St. Arsene, a couple of them were up in Montreal. But they're
That
all
won't do
the
it,
names
huh?
are way
I think
back.
if like Ireland, you can go back. All right.
Yeah, no, I
All
heard
right.
that about Ireland, that all you have to do is prove. There's a lot of countries like that where, like,
Yeah. EU.
if you can prove like you have Slovenian ancestry, they'll let you in for free or something. Like, you don't
Wow.
have to pay a fee.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
Brendan
Yeah.
is
But
saying
not with
yes.
Canada. Too
Brendan
bad.
says yes. You can get into Canada with family ties. So try and find some. Hire a Mormon
I mean,
to
they're
trace your
all
genealogy.
there. It's just they're all ancient. They're all like people I never met.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All the great grandparents.
Yeah.
They're all born in Canada.
Mhm.
But not
Got it.
even like it's like
And you,
it was so different at their time. Like, you would just walk across the border. It wasn't that big a deal. Like, there's
Right.
pictures of drawings of the border crossing, and it was like a country road with people driving their pig and their,
yeah.
it wasn't a big deal. And it's only
Right.
like in our lifetime where it's become a,
Well, thanks to Trump, yeah. we know who to blame.
Probably thanks to 9/11 too, right?
it's
It couldn't
mostly
have got any
COVID.
easier after that.
COVID made everybody
COVID,
stop going across the
sure.
border.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Up to where there's no COVID in fucking Canada, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Jesus.
By the way, so here's what Brendan says. He says they need taxpayers, and he's presented a link to an article I advise Amy to look at from the New York Times that basically says have a Canadian great-great-grandparent, it could make you a
Ooh.
Canadian. And it says right here,
Uh-huh.
Canada has opened a route to citizenship for people who qualify, and millions qualify, and millions of Americans are already lining up, literally,
they are.
Wow.
to escape. So
Yeah.
yeah, there we are.
So how to have both without abandoning what you have?
Mhm.
You know
I
what
don't
I
have
mean?
anything.
If there's
It's
Yeah, I was
fine.
about to say, yeah.
Well, I mean,
There's
Lordy.
nothing. I could go
I mean,
anywhere.
Yeah.
yeah, but
I could feasibly move
okay.
to Europe, which is, well, I always said after 50 I would check out Europe because it felt like it would be easy.
Mhm.
Like I
Right.
traveled to jungles when I was young. I traveled to Brazil and I traveled to Hong Kong, and I really liked exploring the jungles. And then I
Mm.
always thought, oh, I'll just go to Europe when I'm old, like 50.
That's not old, honey, but go.
I'm gonna. Well, it just seems like that it's an easy place to get around. More people travel. You know,
Mhm.
it's mixing of culture,
Mhm.
unlike here where
Yes.
Californians
Yeah.
don't mix with people from New York.
Yeah. Well, we do, but it's not pretty.
Not if they have to. They will avoid it.
Yeah, it's true.
If they don't have to,
Yeah.
they won't.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
know.
Yeah.
I can see it. Like
Yeah.
as an outsider, as a Vermonter, I can see the New Yorkers, they want to be Californian and they're never going to be Californian.
Yeah.
In Colorado,
what I
they
think.
spit on the Californians' cars.
Yes.
They're so hated.
Colorado is a whole different animal.
Yeah. They don't like
Cowboys.
Californians, that's for sure.
So you've been all over the place too, Holly. Share with our dear Mon Ami some stories that you feel she could relate to.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
I had wonderful times in Vermont as a kid
mhm.
with the hellebore salamanders and the giant toads. Do you still see those gigantic toads?
Yeah, that's a
They were
good
the size
question.
Oh my
of a
God, I got one
soccer
more story
ball.
and then I'm done.
Okay,
I
tell
was
us.
driving back through the Catskills from Pittsburgh over here,
Yes.
and it was this spring. It was like in the beginning of April, and I was so tired because I had just done the whole drive by myself to go down and pick him up, and we were both driving back, but he did most of the driving. I'll give him that. But we're like right at the end, and we're in the Catskills. Starts pouring down rain, and there's frogs all over the road,
Oh,
and
wow.
we're just crushing them.
Oh,
We're just like
horrible.
killing frogs. It
That's
was
horrible.
Yeah, it's
vile.
Yeah.
It was so
Yeah.
gross, and I just lost it. I had the biggest temper tantrum he's ever seen me have.
Mhm.
Just screaming, begging to just have him stop the car. I was getting out.
Yeah.
I was nauseous.
Oh.
It was
Of
so
course.
disgusting. The
Yes.
frogs.
Oh.
The frogs in the rain on the road. And he
Yeah.
just kept driving. He just like was just driving. Just get
Yeah.
there. We're gonna get home tonight. We're going home tonight.
Oh, God.
And I was just losing my shit. It was so disgusting. The frogs in the road
That's horrible.
in the Catskills. It was a bad night.
Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah, and
But you never saw the gigantic pizza-sized toads? Because where I used to stay in Vermont, they were out there in the fields.
Wow.
In the tall
Huh.
grass. And you'd see like this dinosaur footprint of grass moving down and moving down. They were so big they couldn't hop. They just reared up on their back legs and flung
And
themselves
flopped
forward.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Wow.
again, whoomp. It was fucking crazy.
That's
I
amazing.
That
hope
sounds
they can still
awesome. I do
survive.
not have those toads here, but we
Okay.
have lots of frogs.
It was amazing. Yeah,
Oh,
this was more southern central.
no.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? I forget the town. Shit, I
Mhm.
shouldn't. Maybe it'll come to me.
Yeah. And
One of the most haunted places I ever stayed in my life was Bennington.
tell us.
It was so creepy. It was this ancient, like, what had been kind of all wooden, fancy hotel,
Mhm.
and it was empty. Nobody there, and we were desperate for a room. Stayed in there, and that place was creepy.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Yeah,
boy.
that's a lot of Vermont is like that, actually.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Bennington was where they
Archaic.
had the museum with the freaking Abraham Lincoln getting his kids naked in front of him.
Oh, tell
What?
people about
Oh,
that.
yes.
Yes,
The
statue.
statue. I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that was messed up. What were they, little black
Statue
kids
with
or
the
something?
kids
God.
in Bennington.
No, white girl and a black
Mm.
boy. It was a white girl and a black boy. Let me see if I
Oh,
can
that's
find that.
weird.
Yeah, statue, Lincoln, with kids, with
Bennington
naked-
That was
Museum.
nationwide
naked
when they
kids.
put that up.
Yes,
It
yes,
was so
yes.
appalling.
Yeah, Lincoln with dumb hat and nude boy, Bennington, Vermont. In front of him
What
kneels
the
a topless girl named Faith, and stands a nude boy named Hope, with Abe's bony hand grasping the kid's head like a cantaloupe.
Oh, man.
Oh shit! Oh, I love it. That's so fucking funny. Let's see if I can, get an image here for our listeners. And yeah, girls giving him a blowjob too. So here we are. This is like, it keeps going back to this. So this is the best link we've got. Let me put this into both the chat and the text call. So everybody listening, you're in for, I don't know what to call it, a treat. It's certainly something you'll never forget. So here we are. So take a look at that, ladies, and I'll start into monologue. But here we have the.
Thanks for coming to my birthday party, everybody.
Yes, we love you, honey.
Happy birthday. For sure.
Oh shit!
That was super fun.
Yes. And
Happy birthday, Amy. I put some pictures in the text for you.
Yes. Mon ami.
Oh, yeah.
She's busy.
That is god
It
awful.
sounds like there's a zombie behind her. I think she's got this goober that we know of tied up and gagged. Seriously. Mon ami.
Douglas, there's no goober anywhere. Thank you, goober.
I love you.
Yeah, you better put on a show tonight. I better hear it. This is my birthday. Don't screw this up.
Yes, honey. Yes,
It's
honey.
never gonna happen again. Never be 50 again.
Nope,
That's
that's
right.
right.
Yes. Well, you stop aging here. This is where you stop counting.
Yeah, this is where we come to die.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start in on the monologue. I want everyone to stay for as long as they can stand it and interject whenever you feel like it. Okay. And here's
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Love you, honey. Oh, first your review of the last episode before tonight, Holly.
Oh, God. The gun segment was just destroyer, man. That was so good.
Thank you.
And after that was too. I forget what it was exactly about, but
Microchips,
it was
ultimately.
tight.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get there yet. It was tight.
Oh, yeah.
You said you were going to do microchips tonight?
I was going to do. I did it last episode, so please review that.
I know,
and I'll
but
do
I
it
thought
tonight
I
too.
caught
I'll do it
earlier
tonight too.
that you
Yeah.
might say do it tonight.
I'll have
Okay,
to. It's
okay, I'm
inescapable.
all
Look,
over it.
Yeah, that's
I'm all over it.
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
guaranteed.
okay. I
Yeah.
got to catch up on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I have to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have to return to the microchip subject simply because of the Z Trump summit. So that's inescapable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
So all right. So I'll dive right into it. I'm gonna suck all the oxygen out of the room, and everybody's gonna die. All right. Love you all. Interject whenever you find a breath or can catch some bit of enough. How would we say it? Motivation to. If you're motivated enough, if the spirit moves you, just do it. All right, just jump in. So here's what's going on with tonight's starting point. Sea surface temperatures across the equatorial Pacific Ocean have been warming since the beginning of the year. Ergo, the budding weather-altering jet stream disruptor coming our way may be the worst in a century. Think of the terms super, historic, record-setting. Now, those are just some of the words I've heard meteorologists using to describe what's expected to develop across the equatorial Pacific in the coming months. Now, as a quick refresher here, El Nino develops when winds weaken and sea surface temperatures surge across the equatorial Pacific near South America. And this one may affect us big time. Here are the 4 biggest things you need to know. This could be one of the strongest El Niños on record. Nearly every major forecast model shows a significant El Nino developing by late 2026, with ocean temperatures potentially rising around 3 degrees Celsius above average. That would place this event among the strongest ever observed, rivaling the legendary 1877 through to 1878 El Nino. Now, why does this matter? El Nino acts like a giant atmospheric heat engine. It tends to bring wetter conditions to the southern United States, leading to floods, while the northern tier oft turns warmer and drier, increasing drought and wildfire risks out west. But New England may feel the effects by late summer. There's usually a delay between El Nino forming and its impacts reaching New England. But by late summer and fall, we could see hotter, more humid weather settle in. And that may translate to more heat waves, sticky nights, and an increase in heavy downpours and thunderstorms. Coastal storms could also become more frequent later in the year as the jet stream grows more active. So winter could turn warmer and wetter. Historically, strong El Nino winters favor milder temperatures across New England. That doesn't eliminate snow, but it often means more mixed precipitation and rain events, especially near the coast. At the same time, El Nino winters can still produce major nor'easters. Some of New England's biggest storms have occurred during strong El Nino years. And hurricane season may actually quiet down. Strong El Nino patterns typically increase wind shear over the Atlantic, making it harder for hurricanes to organize and strengthen. That could lead to a slightly quieter than average Atlantic hurricane season overall, although, as always, it only takes one storm to make it memorable. After all, Hurricane Bob did make landfall in New England during an El Nino year, circa 1991. So, quieter hurricane seasons, maybe. Hey, you wanted a silver lining, right? Especially with a bruising inflation report. The inflation spike shows how consumers are being hurt by Trump's war. Predictably, the war in Iran spiked inflation again in April, and consumers are losing purchasing power. Among the steepest grocery increases, beef, tomatoes, and coffee. Consumer prices increased 3.8% year over year, the fastest annual growth rate in nearly 3 years. The energy index, which tracks the price of fuel and utilities, drove more than 40% of all price increases. At the same time, workers' earnings are eroding, with wage growth increasing at a slower pace than inflation for the first time since 2023. Expect things to get worse before they get better. In a K-shaped economy where lower-income consumers are pulling back, the conflict has driven up the cost of essentials like groceries as it disrupts transportation. But it's also hitting the wallets of the higher-income consumers, fueling spending, with airfares surging 21% over the last year. Qualifying that strength in the stock market should cushion spending from higher-income households, as Jennifer Timmerman has done. In other words, she's qualified that to buffer the shock of what my sourced senior investment strategy analyst at the Wells Fargo Investment Institute has gone on record to state. That, in her own words, price pressures in the CPI will get worse for consumers at least through the summer, before, hopefully, the war ends and they can begin to unwind. Lower-income household spending is especially at risk due to the high cost of essentials and due to little buffer from a historically low savings rate. Now, hours after the inflation data was released, President Donald John Trump confessed that he doesn't, in his own words, think about Americans' financial situations when negotiating with Iran. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be no break because Iran has all the signs of becoming a forever war. This is something that I will probably get into more in the near future. It's simply something that I will try to analyze as a military expert and a Department of Defense research librarian who teaches history to the young lads in the estates, well, in exchange for what I'm paid for. I'm paid in food. I'm paid in blood. Now, with all this negotiating with Iran that Donald Trump is doing, or rather non-negotiation, since none of it even is starting, it can't go anywhere when you don't start the car, and the income and inflationary ratio, well, that's just going to keep rising so long as Russia is the winner in Iran. While much of the world is suffering from the spike in energy prices, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire has enjoyed a rare windfall from increased oil revenues. The Russian Federation is emerging as a winner from the Judeo-American war on Iran. Trump's maneuvers in Iran and Venezuela are not only a boon to Russian interests, but also will push Moscow into a deeper partnership with Beijing. All while Europe is watching the Beijing summit from the sidelines and fearing the worst. For Europe, the G-Trump summit is not just about Sino-American relations. It's about whether the European Union ends up squeezed between two superpowers cutting tactical deals over trade, technology, energy, and security, while European interests are treated as secondary, if at all. In fact, Europe might be watching the summit from a lose-lose position. The most immediate concern in Brussels and Berlin is probably nothing less than industrial survival, and it comes in the form of rare earths. The Communist Chinese Empire still dominates the supply chain for these critical minerals used in a wide range of goods from electric vehicles to semiconductors, from green techno products to defense systems. European officials fear a Sino-American arrangement could prioritize American access to commune capitalist Chinese rare earths, while Europe remains vulnerable to shortages and export restrictions, effectively making it collateral damage. The United German and Corporal Shogunal Japanese industries have reportedly already been badly affected by commune Chinese controls on heavy rare earths. Ilya Epikin from the consultancy firm Arthur Little has gone on record to state, China appears to be selectively licensing exports while preserving leverage over supply chains considered strategically sensitive, particularly where defense or advanced technology applications are involved. Die Neue Verhin Deutschland, the new United Germany, and Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, are already investing in alternative supply chains and projects to diversify away from communist China on the Asian mainland. However, full replacement of mainland China as the factory floor of the world is still years away. According to David Merriman, a research director at Project Blue, another consultancy firm, the situation looks set to get worse before getting any better. Well, where have I just said that? Our own domestic economy. By the way, we have some input from dear Brendan here about more chips and the going down effect here. That of course is pretty much what's going on. Is it's all going down. We have some beautiful images here from Heather MANAKTALA of the Mother Marie, or various Marian idols. We have, of course, the link that I've provided for Abraham Lincoln and his pedophilia. With that going forward, Brendan has provided a link about the leaders of the 12 biggest superpowers, China and the United States. I like how they place China first. Have kicked off a meeting amid heightened geopolitical tensions. This is from Germany, the Deutsche Welle report. Trump, Xi, begin talks on trade, Iran, and Taiwan. Okay, we're already starting off really bad. Now, that brings us back to the topic at hand. And basically, a report by the EUISS, the European Institute for Security Studies, Brussels' official think tank, is blunt about how European efforts to gain even a modicum of economic independence from communist Chinese rare earths seem slow. Source study reading: Europe is lagging behind. It may have set ambitious local production targets under the Critical Raw Materials Act in 2023 and designated 60 strategic projects to deliver on them. However, it has not adopted the policies needed to make these financially viable in the face of China's state-sponsored competition. For Europe, the summit nightmare scenario is that Trump, who traveled to Beijing under the darkest economic clouds of his political career, strikes some sort of managed trade deal with Beijing that sidelines the European Union, leaving it to absorb the fallout as collateral damage. As a consequence, Communist Chinese overcapacities in EVs, the electric vehicles, the hybrid cars, or all out-and-out electric cars, batteries, and industrial goods, could flood European markets and intensify the pressure on European unionized industries. Already, Chi-Com EVs are between 25% and 50% cheaper to produce than any European models. By way of comparison, the Communist Chinese compact SUV, the sports utility vehicle MG4, starts at around 30,000 euros, whereas comparable European models like the Volkswagen ID3 start at around 40,000 euros. Experts don't want to exclude a transactional deal between Xi and Trump with a negative outcome for Europe. And the American president already threatens to introduce new tariffs, including on Communist Chinese goods, to replace the levies the United States Supreme Court struck down earlier this year. So after struggling to decipher the unpredictable, or rather I should say unstable, Donald Trump in his first midterm, Chi-Com officials have learned to wield their economic leverage, reportedly warning American business leaders recently that they will retaliate each and every time Washington acts on trade or investment. The prospect of worsened economic relations between Washington and Beijing is also not something that Brussels relishes. Per Jonas Pereiro Plesner, a visiting fellow in the Indo-Pacific Program of the GMF, the German Marshall Fund. Realistically, the Z-Trump talks are becoming very bilateral. And one thing is certain, Trump will only speak for himself. If the Chinese play hardball with Trump, Europe will have nothing to gain. A renewed Sino-American trade war or sanctions escalations could hit European industries through weaker global demand, disrupted supply chains, and financial volatility. Brussels is already preparing for the worst. The Trade Commissioner, Maros Šefčovič, told Euronews last month that the European Union would stand ready to strengthen the bloc's industrial policy. He also warned that the European Union will not hesitate to defend its industries and will, his words, fight tooth and nail for every European job, for every European company, for every open sector, if we see they are treated unfairly. But despite that rhetoric, the summit in Beijing is a reminder that many aspects of Europe's future are in the hands of the world's 12 dominant powers, neither of which seems inclined to make any concessions to the old continent. Thusly, the Russian Empire is navigating a moment of particular global flux as Trump feels fear for my Taiwan, with 17 CEOs joining him in Beijing, where Xi holds all the cards with Trump. Today, all eyes were firmly fixed on Beijing amidst President Donald Trump's Twa-day state visit, the first time a sitting American president has traveled to communist China on the Asian mainland in almost a decade. The United States President Donald Trump has revived lingering concerns that he could cut a deal that throws my Taiwan under the bus while he's being feted by the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping amidst his lavish state visit to Beijing. Trump himself on Monday highlighted the rising concern, including among Japanese officials, when he broke with precedent by saying he would discuss American arms sales to my Taiwan with Xi during his trip. But the top priority on Trump's Red China visit is betrayed by the CEOs joining Trump in mainland China, where AI takest priority over trade deals, and Xi holds all the cards with critical minerals. The United States President Donald Trump traveled to Beijing today for a visit to meet with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping after the summit was delayed earlier this year due to the Judeo-American war on Iran. Many analysts have already declared the communist Chinese Empire of the East the strategic winner of the conflict. But great power politics isn't always zero-sum, and both sides could still emerge as losers from the latest chapter of American misadventurism. This makes Trump's historic trip the first by an American president to Zhonghua Daliu, mainland China, since his own so-called state visit plus in 2017, all the more contentious. Certainly, neither party appears to be champing at the bit to meet at all. This month, the centralized single-party state capitalist China tested a rare tool in its sanctions arsenal when it publicly barred Communist Chinese companies from complying with Judeo-American imperial sanctions related to Iranian oil. It also took aim at the United States sanctions on Cuba. Trump arguably set the United States on its current hawkish course toward Hongzhonghua, main Red China, during his first midterm. This time around, he is distracted by the Middle East. For its part, Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguan, the People's Republic of China, the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, would prefer to avoid a global recession brought on by the energy shock. Xi likely also hopes to continue the trade truce brokered with Washington yesteryear and may even be holding out for a new deal. And just what concessions will Trump offer Xi to help end the standoff with Iran? My Taiwan, Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and the rest of the Asia-Pacific region, which has borne significant economic consequences from the Iran war, will be watching especially closely. Despite its historic weight, few anticipate substantive policy breakthroughs. A de-escalation of tensions and normalization of the bilateral trade relationship between the Twa empires, which together comprise over 40% of global gross domestic product, are what business leaders and sinologists, the Dragon Watchers, or China experts, expect to see. This will be a big meeting, a meeting big on symbolism, leaning in on the personal relationship, what some have dubbed the bromance between the Twa dictators. That doesn't mean that deals won't be made by Trump and the 17 CEOs traveling with the president, including the Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg, and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, who was a last-minute addition to the delegation. A judge told Musk he wasn't excused from trial. He went to Red China with Trump anyway. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate is conversant with the Trump playbook by now, and the president is likely to return to the United States with a list of trade deals in non-strategic sectors that can be totaled as a big dollar figure and paraded as Pyrrhic victories. Purchase commitments on American commodities, including soybeans, beef, and other agricultural products, as well as the completion of a long-delayed deal for market Leninist China to buy up to 500,000 Boeing 737 MAX jets, are likely to be among the big wins touted on Air Force One on the way home. The American empire also wants Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe Gua, the People's Republic of China, to commit to purchases of American coal, oil, and natural gas. No big trade policy maneuvers are expected, as both sides seek to stabilize the relationship. The one-year trade truce established on the sidelines of the APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, in October of 2025, in which the United States walked back, threatened tariff increases, and Beijing paused expanded rare earth export controls, is expected to hold or be extended. Discussions on the formation of a Board of Trade, a mechanism to boost commerce in non-sensitive areas without compromising either side's national security, will also move forward in an effort to solidify relations. A tactical stabilization of the trade relationship is necessary, particularly in light of heightened geopolitical tensions resulting from the Iran war, which will dominate discussions. Analysts are closely observing if Trump will weaken official language on American imperial support for my Taiwan, either as a bargaining chip for more favorable trade deals or as a result of unscripted remarks from a deranged and dementing mind. But a focus on trade risks, overlooking the issue that's already defining the future of the relationship, that can only be artificial intelligence. As one economist put it recently, unlike the country Trump visited in 2017, Communist China on the Asian mainland is no longer getting rich by stocking the shelves of Costco. The trade war is now a techno war, with the AI supply chain its most critical battlefront. Rather than tariffs, which impact imports. Today, both empires' most powerful economic weapons are its export controls on advanced semiconductors, in the case of these United States, and rare earths, in the case of the Communist Chinese Empire. For all of the American monomania autocrats' efforts, Washington remains deeply vulnerable, because Red China's rare earth card looms over the Z-Trump summit. Of all the tools in the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate's trade war arsenal, perhaps its most potent is its grip over rare earths, the materials that underpin technologies ranging from semiconductor chips to F-35 fighter jets. The Communist Chinese Empire flexed that muscle yesteryear after the United States President Donald Trump unleashed sweeping tariffs on the country. Among other countermeasures, Beijing announced its own critical minerals export restrictions, setting the stage for multiple rounds of high-level negotiations and sharper escalations that ultimately culminated in a one-year trade truce that will expire in the fall. It's a powerful card that is certain to loom over Trump's summit with the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping throughout this week. Although the Trump maladministration has turbocharged American efforts to diversify away from Chi-Com rare earth supply chains, experts concur that this big push hasn't yet minimized Washington's exposure to Beijing. The American and Communist Chinese empires can reduce vulnerability to these strategic choke points by building domestic capacities and diversifying supply chains, both of which take time rather than haggling at the negotiating table. In this context, the West is playing catch-up to get AI and science strategy right. America adopting Red China's playbook on tech and security. American imperial thinking is finally catching up with that of commune capitalist China, which has long considered technology essential to the empire's sovereignty and survival, the very foundation of national security. About time too late. Okay, that's Rich, a prominent Chi-Com academic, warning that the United States now views technology competition between itself and market socialist model China less as a matter of innovation and more as one of national security. I scoff, not because she's wrong, but because American imperial thinking is only now catching up with that of the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate, which has long considered technology essential to the Red Empire's sovereignty and survival, the very foundation of communist imperial security. Recent events highlighting Beijing's thinking. There's nothing wrong with this approach. I share it myself and believe it should be more widespread. But the insinuation that somehow the United States of America, or the West more broadly, is in the wrong is laughable. If it's worth a chuckle or a snort of derision, it's because of how the policy is being implemented. Poorly, inconsistently, and without any sense of the stakes. Writing last week in the South China Morning Post, Zhao Qian, Deputy Directress of the Center of International Security and Strategy and Vice Dean of the Institute for AI International Governance at Tsinghua University, complained that Washington has moved away from a primary focus on AI safety, including ethical risks and algorithmic harms, toward a more security-driven paradigm centered on strategic competition and technological control. With the tip of the mic here to the invaluable Geopolitics Substack for making her commentary available to an English-speaking audience, that I don't have to translate the entire affair. herself discerning a shift that has reshaped the relationship between the government and industry. As a result, she explains, leading U.S. technology companies are being drawn into a governance framework that aligns closely with national security priorities. The result is a form of embedded coordination. Firms remain market actors, but they also function, in part, as instruments of strategic policy. That is breathtaking criticism from the bloody Red Empire that introduced the very concept of the national strategic buyer, or state-sponsored front companies that operate according to the logic of national strategic priorities, in antithesis to the profit motive. Zhao warning that technology companies are becoming gatekeepers of frontier AI capabilities. Consequently, their foremost concern being no longer managing risks, but, in her own words, defining who gets access to advanced technologies and under what conditions. In the name of national security, those big techno companies are capable of shaping competitive dynamics, raising barriers to entry for potential rivals. She frames this as a concern for developing countries that will face narrowing strategic options as access to leading-edge technology is reduced and, interestingly, will constrain technological independence since companies that are not defining frontiers will be forced to accept entire ecosystems, further limiting their autonomy. This is most interesting.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if you want internet, you gotta have Starlink.
Well, there you go, honey. Yeah.
Perfect example.
Thank you. Yes. No.
So you called me a commie, but isn't this not the end result of the Godzilla of corporate takeover, privatization?
I never called you a
of all
commie because
systems?
I've never called you a commie because of that, honey.
Really?
Of course not.
Okay.
I'm the
All
one
right,
who
well,
said
don't-
we
I
need
don't
to
wanna distract
nationalize
here.
fucking Starlink. Have you never heard me go in depth in
Well,
that regard?
perhaps, maybe. I don't know how we got down that road, but this is what it seems is happening. These titans are out to replace any form of government
Well, they're going to try, but they're going to
because
fail.
government means regulation. They're
well,
the worst word in their dictionary.
Yeah, well, they're going to fucking fail. I've told you that before.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
and
I
I'd
call you
love to
commie
hear it.
in
I
that
want to be
regard-
wrong.
Yeah, when I call you
I
commie in
wanna
that
be wrong.
regard, it's only because you have what I consider to be a pathologically irrational fear that the corporations have this capacity.
Yes, I
You're
do.
giving them way too much fucking credit.
Guilty.
You're way
Guilty,
too much.
man.
Yeah, it's what you're giving them way too much fucking credit, honey. Believe me on that.
I mean, 2 generations of young people have grown up with their feed right in front of their face since like infancy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
in
they're
the long
incapable.
term,
and
how do you
all
come
of
back
them are
from that?
totally fucking incapable of living without welfare, which can only come from the
Right.
fucking government. It's not going to come to them from the corporations. They can't even afford to buy what the corporations are fucking selling. How long do you think that pyramid scheme can last?
That's why Elon's talking about universal basic, but nobody's going to pay 200 million extra Americans to lay around and think about things to do.
Well, here's the fucking problem. He can talk about universal basic, but he's got to pay it because the government can't
That's
afford
the
it.
thing. That's the thing.
Therefore,
But they're
his own
treating it
system
like
can't
it's
last.
rational.
So his own system cannot last.
Hey, I don't think like this, but
Hey, it's the Marxists who said that capitalism is auto-destructive. It's a self-destructive
Yes.
system. That's what
Yes.
makes you a commie. So when I call you a commie, it's not necessarily an insult, But at the same time, the problem is that communism offers no solution, and you know that. Of course, you know that. So the only solution
I don't want
is
that.
my biological father, Adolf Hitler's National Socialism.
I'm telling you, we have no disagreements on these things.
Thank you, honey. Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
But
go on.
Back to it.
Yes.
That's all I can say. And Trump threw open the barn doors and let the wolves in.
Yeah,
for us.
He basically is. Let's put it this way: Trump is a mindless asset of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. So his job was always to destroy America. That's his one mission in life. And
companies, because they hate government.
Yeah.
He always wanted to destroy government.
Yeah, well, he wants to destroy America. His concept of make America great again is to utterly subjugate it to the Zionists and the Chi-Coms and the motherless fucking Russians. The corporations,
interests.
The corporations are fools. What was it Lenin said?
Yeah.
They will sell us the ropes by which to hang them all. The capitalists will sell us the scaffold on which we will snap their fucking necks. This is what you see happening in real time. You're watching it happen right now as 17 CEOs travel into the mouth of the dragon to be digested in the belly of the fucking beast.
Right. So how is it going to be living under Z over here? You know what I mean?
Trump
Not necessarily a lot better.
If Trump sells
China's a cruel master.
Look, the United States of America, on its worst fucking day, under Trump, Elon, Palantir, Peter Thiel, and all the rest, is orders of magnitude better than communist China on its best.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. So
you're going to see hell on earth. You're going to see.
So they're going to collapse because capitalism eats itself.
Yes, they're selling themselves to the enemy right now. And if they betray my island, China, it's the end of your fucking world. At that point, it becomes Homefront. It becomes Homefront, the video game. The communist Chinese.
Because we all have guns and lots of them.
No, that doesn't mean
run around and shoot each other when the panic sets in.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
Which is what'll happen.
Thank you. That's what those guns will be used for. They ain't no civic defense.
On each other.
Yes, it'll only be used on each the fucking other.
Yep.
You know who's the most pro-gun people on fucking earth? So much so that they put communist Chinese assets on YouTube to defend the Second Amendment. Xi Jinping's communist China loves American guns. And they go they actually pay their agents to go on YouTube and say, "Oh, communist China, we can never invade America because there will be a gun behind every blade of grass. Did not Yamamoto say that?" No, well, Yamamoto never fucking said that, for your information, goober. But, our man from China goes on to say, "This is why China, with millions of men, can never invade America. Your only hope is more and more guns." He's just waiting for us all to just slaughter each other in a trial.
That's it. And it's happening.
And he's laughing, and the Chinese sit back and jack off while they watch. Yeah, guaranteed.
And smirk.
Yeah.
They just quietly smirk.
Yeah, yes.
Roll their eyes, maybe. Yeah,
yes.
it's the smirk, the Chinese smirk. Putin's got it too.
Yeah.
Their hands over the water, those two.
Yeah, so if you see Trump betray my Taiwan, it's the end of your fucking world, and he's destroyed America because you're all gonna fucking die. It's gonna be the end of your world. Yeah, without your
all those cars.
Yeah.
Dead.
Your cars stop, your planes drop out of the sky, your pacemakers crash.
Man.
Yeah, you'll be dropping like flies, and it doesn't matter how many guns you have. As I said before, that goddamn death machine has only one solution to your problems, And that's to put a round through your head or someone else's. And aside from putting another hole in your head or someone else's, it can't feed you. You can't look at your average gun. What did we just say about hunting, quote unquote? How many of you are going to be able to shoot at something that moves fast? You'll be down to trapping pigeons. You can't go out there and hunt, most of you. And with the kind of caliber rounds you've got, you're going to blow apart whatever you see. Even if you hit it, it won't be edible meat. With the kind of rounds...
The game will last about 2 weeks if the Doritos stop coming in the trucks.
Yeah, that's...
2 weeks.
By game.
It's gone.
By
and
game,
then
you mean feral
it's
cats.
the pets.
By game, you
then
mean
it's
feral
the pets.
Cats. Yeah.
Then you're down to pets.
Believe me, they aren't going to be getting deer. Do you know what skill it takes to hunt deer? You know, these are people who do this because they like doing it. They go outdoors dressed in camo. They sit for hours to shoot at ducks. These are like masochists. Unless you're at that level of masochism, you aren't going to be hunting. Not in any conventional sense. You're going to be entrapping, like you said, your neighbor's pets. They'll start with eating
and that'll get the neighbors shooting each other.
Yes.
And then after the pets are gone, it's the long meat.
Yeah.
I'll go in the first great wave of deaths. I'm fine with that.
Bro, no, stick around. You want to see
I ain't waiting for the long meat
No,
chapter.
stick around. You want to see what's happening. You want to see what's happening. Believe me.
No, I really don't.
Yeah, that too. I can buy that too. Yeah. I can make an argument for that too. Yeah,
oh, God.
But then the communist Chinese will move into a certain order. Yeah, that's what they're
planning. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Chairman Mao style, no more drugs.
Oh, Chairman Mao style.
Oh, God.
No, they'll formalize the cannibalism. They'll formalize. You ever see Animal Farm, George Orwell's Animal Farm? Just replace all the animals with people. Just replace all the animals with people.
Yeah.
That's what communist China has in store for you, America. All through Donald Trump. And you can thank Donald John Trump. When you're breeding,
a cruel mistress.
They'll be saying, "Go ahead, keep fucking." You know, they'll be eating your offspring.
Oh.
They'll be eating your offspring. They want those little fat piglets. You know, white meat. They want that white meat.
Yeah, that's the long meat.
Yeah, it's fatty. It's fatty. Yeah, unlike anywhere else in the world. You know, anywhere else in the world, people are sinewy, but Americans, no, that meat's fatty. There's so much intertissue fat. It's like marbleized beef. And you know how the communist Chinese know? They had the most massive famine in human history. And that resulted in cannibalism cuisine becoming a high art form. And a lot of people who got eaten were American communist sympathizers overseas in China.
Ouch.
That was gourmet. That was gourmet. But other than that, they were eating each other's daughters. The women were always the most. First off, it's more tender meat, and it's always just. It's like the women always eat it. They always bite it. You know, they're always the weakest ones who get eaten first in mass famine cannibal situations. So mothers would say, "Okay, my daughter goes first, then your daughter." They'd make deals on it. Neighborhoods. And gradually, this was the original gynocide before there was a single one-child policy. So China doesn't want to return to that.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah. Go on.
Was there, as a kid, I always thought Chiang was the guy coming out of Vietnam. Was there American support for him much?
You mean Chiang Kai-shek?
Yeah.
By that you mean the guy coming out of, when you say Vietnam, you mean out of the Chinese Civil War? Or do you mean something else?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it was contemporary in the time.
At the time.
For when...
Oh, by the way,
wasn't that kind of contemporary?
I went in depth into this in my last
with
episode.
Vietnam?
Shit. It probably felt that way.
We're psychic.
I went in depth into this in my last episode, so if you review that, I talk all about it.
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah.
I have to. I know that.
Yeah. That was I think it was fairly early.
It was the first one I missed entire for a while.
Oh, okay, so just review all of that. I go into it, and I advise everyone else to review it as well after this episode is over, if you have not yet already. But I do want people to understand this about Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek was and America were always enemies. People never understand this. They have this. Any
Yeah.
American who's so fucking naive, you know, like all Americans are, and they're just fed this bullshit about, oh, nationalist China was our ally in World War II. So they tell the Americans that because you did nothing to support them, not a goddamn thing. And
Right.
so when it comes
I
to
witnessed this. I
Yeah.
thought
understand when you watch
happening
the
as a
Sand
kid.
Pebbles, when you watch the Sand Pebbles, which
Ah,
my father was in
yes.
the gunboat patrols in mainland China before the war, when the Japanese were allies against the river pirates. Then what happened was,
Yes.
if you see the movie The Sand Pebbles, the people that they're fighting in that film are nationalist Chinese, not communist Chinese.
Got it.
Nationalist Chinese.
Yeah.
Because the nationalist Chinese
Yeah.
were sponsored by Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich.
Okay.
And they had,
That explains
just as
that.
there was a DAK, the Deutsche Afrika Korps, just as Rommel was famous for the Afrika Korps, you've never heard of the Field Marshal Falkenhausen, who was responsible for the DOK, the Deutsche Orient Corps, or the German Orient Corps, which trained the nationalist Chinese, who all wore Nazi uniforms, and Stahlhelm, the steel helmets of the Third Reich. And so Adolf Hitler was on the side of the nationalists, obviously against the communists. But the Americans, under Roosevelt, supported the communists. Now, when Truman took over, he was vacillating. And Truman was saying, couldn't we just all get along? And sent in General Marshall to China. And General Marshall was just the, field goal post that the communists and nationalists maneuvered around so they could get in better position to slaughter each other. And once he realized that, he just said, fuck it, and went home, and the Americans abandoned China completely. And so because Chiang Kai-shek had no help, understand that his only sponsor was Japan. So when the Japanese overran the American airfields in China in 1945, when the Japanese overran all of China in Operation Ichigo, they destroyed all of the American airfields and isolated Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist China so completely, his only survival was through switching sides. So just as Italia switched sides in World War II, so did China. It switched to the Axis completely, formally. And at that time, Truman wasn't interested in getting in a quagmire in China, because imagine Vietnam 1,000,000 times bigger, orders of magnitude larger. Imagine an American involvement in mainland China to the level of Vietnam. We had 1,000,000 men in Vietnam. That would have taken... Now, by the way, in World War II, America's army swelled to almost 30 million men. You had at least 25 million men in uniform. And it
on a population of what, 200 million?
Yes. So
that's amazing.
You would have had to have shipped them all to mainland China to equal the involvement America had in Vietnam. That would have been just it. It would every breeding age, working age American would have to have been in mainland China.
And now we see how that's affected generations to come.
Yeah. And
because we live long enough.
Yes.
We're witnessing that.
Yes.
The loss.
Yes. And when Truman abandoned the nationalists, abandoned China, period. It's not like he abandoned the nationalists. He simply abandoned China. Americans will say he abandoned the
issue, the whole issue.
Yeah, he just abandoned the whole thing. Yeah, he just fuck China.
Fuck China.
I'm out of this.
Too hard.
Yeah. So when he pulled that, then what happened was China had 5 years of supermassive civil war, and backing the nationalists were the Japanese. And so they stayed in China while repatriating over a period of half a decade. And in return, You know, and every Japanese, effectively every Japanese made it home alive. And we're talking millions of Japanese that were in China because of Chiang Kai-shek's protection. Thanks to his protection of the Japanese, all the civilians and military made it back alive, and in return, they gave him Taiwan. And so that's why the United Nations, which is an organization of war by Title 42 of the United Nations Charter, in lieu of a constitution, they have a charter, is an organization of war against the Axis. And they define their main enemy as Hitlerism, which means that they're not just fighting the man in the sense of the European nations in World War Zero, the Napoleonic conflict, a global war for its time. They're not only fighting the Napoleon Bonaparte of the 20th century, they are fighting Bonapartism, or Hitlerism in this case. And as far as they're concerned, the only Axis satellite left on the surface of the Earth, which personifies Hitlerism, their definition of fascism, is Taiwan. So even though they declare that they're at war with Germany, Japan, and Italy, they will continue the war after that war is over against Hitlerism, which now, per United Nations definition, is on Taiwan. So the United Nations, with Communist China on the seat of security, the 5 seats of the Security Council, they are legally at war with Taiwan and have been forever, ever since the Americans forced the nationalist Chinese out of the Security Council, even though it was the first nation on earth to fight the Axis, was nationalist China against the Japanese. They kicked nationalist China out of the Security Council and replaced them with the goddamn communists. And so, as a result, the United Nations is at war, legally at fucking war with my Taiwan, and has been so for generations. But Taiwan has obviously won. The world depends on Taiwanese microchips. But if Trump fucks that up, well, you're all dead. Because without microchips, you're all literally going to fucking die. They run all your medical equipment. They run everything that gets you your food, the transportation via trucking, everything you've got. So the Trump is out to fuck that up and kill you and surrender to the Chinese communists. And then Homefront the video game becomes reality. You'll be living in a first-person shooter. So go on, honey.
Would you say that Hitlerism was Putin's excuse for Ukraine?
Absolutely. He's on the National Security Council, and that's what he was always saying. Because, understand this, during the early days of Joseph Stalin fed the Greater Soviet Union on Ukrainian grain. So he took, and understand that Ukraine is one of the few places on Earth that has black soil. Its soil composition is the most fertile on planet Earth. And as a result, it's the breadbasket of the fucking world. If Russia,
the grain belt,
if Russia and Ukraine united, they would control half the world's grain supply. America became a superpower only because it was a food power. After World War II, when all the world was starving, America was the only nation who could pass out loaves of bread. And Jesus-like, declare itself the breadbasket of the world by default. But when
strip and poison its farmland to the point where now shit's collapsing.
Yes, but Ukraine...
That's what it took to do that.
Yes, thank you. Ukraine, on the other hand, is when Joseph Stalin stole all of its grain to feed the rest of the Greater Soviet Union. 15 million Ukrainians starved to death in what was called the
Mm.
Holodomor. And the people responsible for it all were ethnically Jewish. Because
Oh.
what happened was, before the Bolsheviks, the Tsar tried to the best of his ability, eliminate the Jewish Pale of Settlement from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This was a Khazar empire of Jews that were all of the doctors, all of the dentists, all of the attorneys, all of the accountants. The educated middle class was completely ethnically Jewish, solidly Jewish. It was an empire unparalleled in the history of the Jewish experience. The Tsar was stuck in this situation because the Christians didn't handle money. The misinterpretation of the Bible was money is the root of all evil. As a result,
Usury.
yes, they let the Jews handle it. Same with the Muslims. Same with the Muslims. So in both the Islamabloc, the Islamic world, Dural Islam, the land of submission, and in Christendom, the Jews ran everything. And the end result in Russia was where it was at its most stark. It was at its most stark because you were either a noble or you were a peasant. There was no Russian middle class. The nobility worked with the church, learned how to read, learned how to write. They held knowledge, but they wouldn't handle the money. The peasants, well, the peasantry was just that. The landed gentry had the peasants work their lands, and that was all the peasants did. None of them could read or write. You had 100% illiteracy. The whole middle class, the people who handled everything, were the Jews. And the issue was this: they were the enemy. All of them went to Europe, were cosmopolitan, and they were communist ideologues. Karl Marx was ethnically Jewish, and all of them adored him as their new Messiah. All of the world has been westernized because Marxism over the East is naught but a Western heresy. And so what happened was, when Marxism began its pernicious spread, all of these Jewish intellectuals in Europe came back to recolonize Russia under Judeo-Bolshevism, and they formed what was called the Komazarocracy. Because when the Bolsheviks took over and tried to modernize, how could they industrialize or modernize when nobody could fucking read or write? They killed the nobility. The nobility is dead. All the peasants cannot read or write. They sign with a bloody thumbprint or an X. That's it. That's all they know how to do. The world is ending. The only people who could take over were the Jews who could read and write. They became the Komazars, a Komazarocracy with machine guns. And they forced the Ukrainians to turn over all their food, and 15 million Ukrainians died, starved to death in what is called the Holodomor, an experience, a Holocaust, far outstripping the Jewish Holocaust. And of course, they became Nazi. Of course, they sided with the Third Reich. Of course, when the Germans came in, they were considered liberators. Of course, the Ukrainians fought on their side, and that's why Ukraine, the borderland, is the hotbed of neo-Nazism that it is, because what else would it be? So the only reason the West has even acknowledged Ukraine as the victim of Russian imperial aggression is because they knew enough to elect a Jewish president. How do they know to do this? Because they're Nazis. And they said the only way we can get help,
That's funny.
from the fucking
Yeah.
West is to elect a
Ah.
Jew. So they said to Zelensky, please be our president, please. And they put him in power. And that's the only reason they got any help. If it weren't for that, the West would have given them nothing.
Right.
And even he betrayed them, because after October 7th and the orchestrated Hamas attacks, he's the first man who said, forget Ukraine, give everything to Israel. So you can't trust a Jew.
Ouch.
And he betrayed his own nation.
Damn.
But anyhow, when Putin says, yes, the Ukrainians, they're neo-Nazis, he's absolutely right. Yet he's still morally in the wrong.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Thank you. That was a perfect answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just what I was hoping for.
Yes. Yeah, and that's
On that note, I got to go to the tube here. But I tell you, everyone, this is your source for HI. HI. That's human intelligence.
Thank you, honey. Yes.
Douglas is more machine than man.
Love you, baby.
Love machine.
Yes.
Show him some love, everybody.
Yeah.
Send the green love.
Yes. Bless you, darling.
Because thank you. Amazing. My head is spinning, man. That was deep
Well,
all the way through.
well, thank you, darling.
All right.
Love you, dearly.
soon.
Stay safe and be well. Okay. All right.
Everyone.
Look forward to your review of
Bye.
tonight's episode as well. Okay. Bye for now. Yeah. So, as I said, when it comes to this academic in communist China that I'm quoting, the individual who's bitching about America finally waking up and going techno security, Zhao Qian, Deputy Directress of the Center of International Security and Strategy and Vice Dean of the Institute for AI International Governance at Tsinghua University in Beijing, bitching her ass off about how, now that America is waking up to techno security, it's a concern for developing countries who will face narrowing strategic options as access to leading-edge technology is reduced and, interestingly, will constrain technological independence since companies that are not defining frontiers will be forced to accept entire ecosystems, further limiting their already sparse autonomy. Now, this is almost interesting, since Red China seems intent on shaping national decision-making about techno-stacks through ambitious aid programs like the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, which include provisions about what the money can be spent on. So Zhao does a great job, perhaps inadvertently, exposing the flawed logic that permeates Amero-Western thinking about technology competition. First, there is acknowledgement of the stakes in this race, evident most vividly in the development of AI. In contrast to the belated awakening in these United States, Communist China on the Asian mainland has long insisted that sci-tech, science and technology, is a national priority, not just as a means to an end, but as proof of the empire's restoration as a great power. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping has repeatedly warned that the Red Empire cannot have strength, autonomy, or sovereignty sans its own technology base. Or as the Vice Premier Ding Zhixuan said yesteryear, in the period ahead, technological revolution and major power competition will intertwine, and competition in new technologies and new tracks will become even fiercer. It sure sounds like the Americans are finally coming round to the Communist Chinese way of thinking, not adopting some radical or unprecedented approach. A second important misconception is that the commercial centrist China can only compete through illicit means. Typical of this misthinking is a new report by the United States House Select Committee on Hongzhonghua, Red China, titled Buy What It Can, Steal What It Must. Subtitled, China's Campaign to Acquire Frontier AI Capabilities. Now, it may be comforting to believe that the American empire will win this race if it's fair, but the truth is that the Communist Chinese Empire of the East has outstanding technicians, programmers, and companies. Thank you very much. This isn't fucking Russia. These aren't the Slavs. These are Semitic peoples. They are, well, you've seen their sense of superiority on display through, well, Mon Ami's experience. If scorecards from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute or the Special Competitive Studies Project aren't enough, there is additional proof in the number of Chi-Com companies that are being purchased by Western competitors. The most recent is Manus AI, that was bought by Meta last year for $2 billion. Manus moved to Singapore, Lion City, it is Singapore, an example of what has become known as China shedding, a practice by which domestic companies reduce, if not eliminate, ties to Zhongguo, mainland China, so that they can get access to Western capital and know-how. Market Leninist China has responded with increasing scrutiny of corporate behavior and the imposition of rules and regulations in strategic trade and investment controls that look a lot like the sort of stuff Beijing complains about when the United States does it. Bloomberg reporting that the centralized single-party state capitalist China is planning to restrict its top technology firms from accepting American capital without government approval. This week, Market Socialist Model China's NDRC, National Development and Reform Commission, which oversees foreign investment security reviews, said that it would prohibit the foreign acquisition of the Manus project and require the parties concerned to unwind the acquisition transaction. Now, since that deal was completed last year, the company having closed its Zhongguo, or mainland China offices, and moving almost all staff to Singapore, the Lion City, it is Singapore, it's not clear then how the Communist Chinese Empire will enforce this decision. The point might not be to unwind the deal, so much as to make sure it doesn't happen again. Those rules and regulations reinforce point number 1. As aforesaid, the claim that only the West is segregating techno-stacks is wrong. The centralized single-party state capitalist China has been scrubbing its national infrastructure of foreign technologies for years, as parcel the pioneering of that very indigenization process. This is part of a broader ambition to meld economic security and national security, a program that was spelled out in the 15th five-year plan, approved in March of this year. It focuses on attaining global leadership in economics, science, and technology. At the end of April, the golem-like Jing Shenjie, chairman of the NDRC, detailed how Zhongguo Renmin Gonghe Gua, the People's Republic of China, should be, per the title of his own prospectus, continuously enhancing national's economic security capabilities. Subtitled, Using a New Security Architecture to Safeguard a New Development Architecture, at home and abroad. One particular messy development, which deserveth more attention, is the mid-April announcement of new rules by the State Council to counter foreign states' unlawful extraterritorial jurisdiction. They essentially ban individuals or institutions from implementing foreign extraterritorial measures identified by the Communist Chinese super surveillance state as improper, In other words, if a company follows American law and refuses to do business with the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, then they would be subject to suits in Zhongguadalu, mainland China. This is just the latest in a series of measures taken by governments to counter coercion by trade partners. Finger-pointing over who is responsible for stating it all is less important than figuring out, well, instead of finger-pointing over who is responsible for starting it all, well, all that's less important than figuring out how to find some acceptable new normal in a world increasingly fractured by geoeconomic considerations. Well, in an ever-increasingly autarkic world, don't hold your fucking breath. This week's summit is but the first of 4 expected meetings between the Twa tyrants this year, including a likely reciprocal state visit to these United States. Expectations may be low this week, but for the world's most consequential bromance, talking is an important start. But will Donald Trump betray my Taiwan? From the Iran war and nuclear weapons to tariffs and artificial intelligence, the agenda for this week's Beijing summit between the United States President Donald Trump and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is packed. Xi will most certainly bring up my Taiwan, if only to demonstrate his inflexibility on the matter. However, no one needs to meet with Xi face-to-face to understand his stance. A visit to the National Museum of People's China in Beijing, in particular the Road to Rejuvenation exhibition, which chronicles the rise and rule of the Chinese Communist Party, might be even more revealing. Xi took the members of the Chinese Politburo Standing Committee to this exposition. I mean to say exhibition. In 2012, albeit it exposes quite a bit, just not what he wants. And this was just weeks after taking power. Using this exhibition as the backdrop for Xi Jinping's declaration that the biggest Chinese dream is the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. He expanded this exhibition in 2018 with a glitzy annex devoted to his own achievements. Kim Jong-un style. Kim Jong-il style. Well, we'll just say Kim style North Korea. An entire floor of military dioramas, scale models of warships and missile launchers, and displays of Red China's technological mastery, from deep-sea submersibles to semiconductor fabrication. This annex provides a glimpse into how mainland China's most powerful leader since Mao Zedong sees his place in history. However, to understand its message, one must first consider what is not there. Although Xi considers reunification with my Taiwan to be a keystone, Dietrich stone, the Deutschensprech or German speak for the Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master keystone of his vision for national rejuvenation, putting it at the core of China's core interests. As a Red Chinese Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said, my nation, island China, Taiwan, is not mentioned in the exhibition at all. What Xi's annex does include is a series of photographs depicting how another illustrious Chi-communist monomania autocrat, Deng Xiaoping, compelled the British to hand over Zhanggang, id Est Hong Kong, circa 1997. There was no invasion, no shots were fired. Instead, Deng ensured British capitulation by accumulating overwhelming leverage and maintaining a firm stance. Xi intends to apply a similar strategy to my Taiwan. The most likely crisis scenario is not a bolt from the blue invasion, but a slow-motion coercion campaign to strangle Zhongguo Island China. Exempli gratiae, the Communist Chinese Empire could declare a customs enforcement zone around the Zhongguo Island nation China, requiring commercial vessels to register at Communist Chinese ports before entering Taiwanese harbors. It could expand its military exercises around Taiwan, thereby normalizing the presence of warships in area and creating a rolling quasi-blockade. Market socialist model China could also pressure multinationals to reclassify Taiwan as a Communist Chinese market, severing its economic identity one contract at a time. None of these steps would constitute the kind of dramatic act that would force the American empire to respond militarily. However, together they would gradually erode Taiwan's autonomy, choke our economy, and open the way for a peaceful Chi-Com takeover. Economic and military coercion is only half the strategy. The other half is psychological. Communist China on the Asian mainland would flood Taiwan with propaganda and disinformation to convince Taiwanese that American imperial support is a mirage and resistance against Red China is futile. Creating a sense of despair and inevitability would make the Chi-Com takeover far easier. As one senior Taiwanese national security official said, Red China's war on minds may be even more important than the war on their bodies. Now, the Trump maladministration will only auto-destructively bolster this campaign. Every careless statement positioning Taiwan as a bargaining chip or casting doubt on the American empire's willingness to fulfill its security commitments will be highlighted. This is why Xi wanted to meet with Trump in the first. Regardless of what is said in private, Communist China on the Asian mainland will try to spin the meeting as evidence that the United States of America is prepared to abandon Taiwan. As Trump is never careful, that will be the story. Xi has instructed the Chinese People's Liberation Army to be ready for a fight. He has cosplayed in fatigues and inspected scale models of the presidential office building on the plains of Inner Mongolia, where troops rehearse mass decapitation strikes. A successful maneuver against Taiwan would cement Xi's status as one of proletarian China's greatest leaders, but a failed invasion would destroy the legacy he has already built and pre-chronicled in that National Museum annex. Xi understands this well. As ambitious as he is, his self-imposed deadline for rejuvenation is 2049, at which point he will be 96, if still alive. This is not the timeline of any man who would pursue a rash invasion. Xi evidently believes that if the centralized single-party state capitalist China keeps getting stronger and thinking strategically, the problem will eventually solve itself as America descends into firearms self-annihilation. As the American empire dithers and self-slaughters, the Taiwanese lose hope. The blood-red empire of the East might be able to coerce Taiwan into submission. Denying Xi this theory of victory would require the United States of America to work with our allies to establish a joint playbook for gray zone scenarios, quarantines, economic coercion, and military intimidation that fall short of armed attack. However, such an effort depends on Allied unity. The American empire must, ergo, bolster its coalition with the Imperial Japanese corporate shogunal superstate, Australia, and other partners. At the same time, Washington must avoid rhetoric that convinces Xi that his window is closing, while reassuring my natal herbs, that's Latin for birth city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, that its commitment remains credible, including by pursuing agreements with my Taiwan on energy, technology, and trade. If my Taiwan's leaders and citizens become convinced that they are on their own, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's psychological stratagem would have succeeded, and its hand would be much stronger. At this week's summit, Trump will be facing, already is facing, a patient, perceptive, and ambitious monomania autocrat. The best way to safeguard my Taiwan's autonomy is to ensure that the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping never receives the signal that patience is no longer required, and that my Taiwan never doubts who our friends are. This brings us to your friend, your universal friend, your invisible friend that you talk to. The ubiquity of microchips in postmodern life. Now, I advise that we think of cars as a case study in how we rely on microchips for almost everything. If you sit in a new car, it will have, on average, 1,000 microchips inside of it. It's a microchip that makes the window move up or down when you press that button. It's a microchip that manages the windshield wipers going back and forth. If you have any sort of autonomous braking features in your car, there's a microchip that manages the sensor. A microchip that sends in, that information that's taken in by the sensor to the brakes to step on the brakes if there's an object in front of your vehicle. If you've got an internal combustion engine, there's a microchip that manages fuel injection into your engine to make sure it's operating the right way. There is, of course, a microchip that's attached to your GPS, your geosynchronous satellite positioning system. Multiple microchips in the display that tells you where to go when you're looking for directions. I've only mentioned a dozen or so microchips thus far, and there are several hundred more that make your car work the way you expect, and cars are not even really unique. Because today, everything that you rely on, almost anything with an on-off switch, has at least one microchip, and often dozens or hundreds of microchips inside. The other way to think about the ubiquity of microchips is to, just to walk around your apartment or your house and look at all the devices. The dishwasher, the microwave, your coffee maker, your washing machine, any sort of consumer electronic that you have. They all require microchips. And it's often not just one microchip. It's often a fair number of microchips. And the more complex the microchip, the harder it is to make. And therefore, generally, the more companies can charge for selling it. Exemplar gratiae. The microchip in your smartphone that runs the operating system is extraordinarily complex. Literally billions of microtransistors. It has to operate at extraordinary speed while drawing on as little power as possible because your battery life is constrained, to say the least. And so having perfectly optimized smartphone microprocessors is really important. which is why Apple designs its own smartphone processors in-house. Trade secret. It doesn't trust anyone else to do it. And so those microchips are really expensive compared to many other types of microchips that you'd find in a dishwasher or a washing machine, which can cost less than $1 because they're not required to do anything particularly complex. And the reality is that as devices get more advanced, as we have more and more things connecting to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth in the Internet of All Things, more sensors, more AI capabilities installed in devices, we're going to be using more and more microchips as far as we can see into the fucking future. Both the American and communist Chinese empires see microchips as really central to the technology competition between them right now. Communist China on the Asian mainland is worried because, well, it's worried that because it relies on importing microchips from Taiwan and from South Korea, which are both considered by the Zhonghua Daluren, the mainland Chinese, to be American imperial allies, if not outright satellites in their demented mass mind, it's going to be cut off in the future from getting the microchips that it needs. And right now, that's already happening to some degree, as the American empire is limiting the ability of AI firms like NVIDIA to sell their most cutting-edge chips to market socialist model China because the United States wants to keep the most advanced AI capabilities for itself. And so commercial centrist China's concerns are understandable. The American empire is worried that if it sells advanced AI chips to commune capitalist China, they're going to be abused. Not for optimizing food delivery apps, because the Chi-Coms couldn't care if their people starved to death. They've got each other to eat by the hundreds of millions. But instead, it will always be abused for military and intelligence use cases. And the United States is not wrong to believe that, because just as companies are trying to figure out how they're going to use AI, it's already the case that militaries and intelligence agencies are deploying AI to optimize their systems as well or as ill. And so, both empires recognize that microchips will be at the center of the AI race. And, resultantly, they're striving to improve their position, become more self-sufficient, and prevent their technology from benefiting their competitors. As of 2022, the United States of America has made it illegal to transfer the most advanced AI microchips made by companies like NVIDIA to market Leninist China. So today, if you're a commune Chinese firm, you can access a less advanced NVIDIA microchip that's been specifically downgraded to meet the American restrictions and is now legal to sell to the centralized, single-party state capitalist China. But if you want the cutting edge that meets the bleed, you've got to go abroad. And the aim of these regulations is to give American firms an advantage, to make sure that American companies are leaders in AI and that the United States of America gets to write the rules of how AI will play out. And so commune Chinese companies in the AI industry face a disadvantage as a result. They've got worse microchips, which means that the cost of training AI systems is higher, it takes more time, it's more inefficient. And that's the American imperial objective, to effectively throw sand in the gears of Techno-Red China's AI ecosystem, and hope that the American empire can race ahead as a result. This brings us to the CHIPS Act, the CHIPS, the Creating Helpful Incentives to Produce Semiconductors Act. There were two concerns that prompted the Congress to pass the CHIPS Act. The first was reliance on Taiwan for our most advanced microchips. And the second was a fear that the technological edge that the American empire has vis-a-vis Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe Guo, the People's Republic of China, was narrowing as the monolithic communist Chinese superstate invested more and more. And so, in 2022, Congress put forward around $50 billion to invest in the American microchip industry. Part of that money goes to directly incentivizing companies to build new manufacturing facilities in these United States, which in the past they hadn't been doing at all if they could help it, because they'd been relying on suppliers in Taiwan and South Korea instead. And part of the money will go on R&D, research and development, building better microchips, better microchip making equipment, better chemicals used in the microchip manufacturing process to help American companies stay ahead of their competitors. Because the United States government believes, and I know they be justified in believing this, that keeping a technological advantage in microchips is draconic. Again, die Deutschen Sprech, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized master key, for retaining your advantage in a whole set of industries that are downstream of semiconductors. And as we deploy AI in all sorts of different segments of the economy, you can already see that playing out. This is what brings us back to the AI revolution. Because the biggest change in the past couple of years has been the explosion of investment in AI. The release of ChatGPT in late 2022 encouraged all the big techno firms to spend tens of billions of dollars building vast AI infrastructure, which means data centers full of the most capable semiconductors. And I presume right now that we're seeing just the early phases of a new wave of investment in an AI industry that is just emerging. And if we know one thing, it's that this industry will require literal tons of semiconductors. Because one of the key trends in the history of AI is that more advanced systems require being trained on larger volumes of data. If you want to train a system on more data, you need more computing power, which means better microchips with which to train it. And so today, companies like OpenAI or Anthropic are spending millions and millions, and soon billions of dollars training their AI systems. And most of that budget goes to buying microchips, buying ultra-advanced semiconductors from companies like NVIDIA. Because to train a cutting-edge AI system requires tens of thousands of NVIDIA's most cutting-edge microchips. It requires using these microchips for days, or sometimes months on end. So you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, in data center capacity, and using the data center solely for the purpose of AI training. And you need the most advanced microchips inside, because the most advanced microchips are twice as good, on average, than the prior generation, due to Moore's law. And so there's a strong incentive to buy the best microchips that NVIDIA has every single year, because it actually drives down your training costs, even though the microchips themselves are extraordinarily expensive. One of the Dietrich, again, die Deutschen sprek, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized master key challenges of AI is going to be to drive down the cost of deploying AI systems at all. So we know how to train big systems right now. That's what OpenAI and Anthropic and others are doing. But to make AI really widespread across the economy, we need the cost of using it to be so cheap we don't even think about it. It's sort of like Google search today. No one thinks, what's the price of my Google search? Because it's approximately zero. Google spends a bit of money on the data centers, but it's so low you don't have to think about it. Today, AI is actually pretty expensive. A single query to ChatGPT is an appreciable amount of money, such that sometimes OpenAI has to slow the rate at which it rolls out new capabilities because it would simply be too expensive to even actually deploy. There are a lot of companies that are exploring how do you do deployment more efficiently. And there are a number of startups that are pioneering new models of microchip design that are intended to increase the speed and drive down the cost of deploying AI models at all, which I think is going to be really important in making AI cheap enough and ergo prolific enough to make a major impact on the economy. NVIDIA's microchips, which are at the center of the AI ecosystem right now, are pretty general purpose in their capabilities. They can train many different types of models and are useful both for training and also for deployment. But if you design a microchip for a specific type of model or a specific type of deployment, you can make it perfectly optimized for that use case. So a lot of startups right now are looking at individual workloads or individual deployment opportunities and saying, we're going to design a microchip that's perfectly tweaked for that use case. And if so, it'll run a lot faster and run more efficiently than any sort of general purpose microchip like an NVIDIA GPU, a graphics processing unit, will. Now, there are startups tackling this industry, but it's also big techno companies, Facebook, Microsoft, Google. They're all designing their own in-house microchips as well, because they know the specific workloads that are inside their data centers, and they've realized if they design microchips specifically around those workloads, they can operate more efficiently in many cases than any general purpose AI microchip like NVIDIA's can do. This brings us to the power problem, because on a silicon chip, the microtransistors flipping on and off are turning on and off electrical circuits. And so it's electrons flowing through copper wires that are carved into your silicon microchip that make all of the ones and zeros that microchips rely on per their binary computing. And so electricity is at the center of how microchips work at all. And one of the things that we've seen over the past several decades is that microchips get much, much more efficient in terms of how much power they use, but they also get much, much more capable in terms of computing. And one of the challenges that we face is that we're getting better at mass producing more capable microchips at a faster rate than we're getting better at producing energy efficiency gains, which means that we're using more power in aggregate every single year. When you look at artificial intelligence, which involves some of the most power-hungry microchips that exist, one of the limiting factors to building vast AI infrastructures is going to be the availability of power itself. Because for big data centers, they require an astronomical increase in electricity relative to smaller data centers that aren't focusing on AI. And there are highly intelligent people in Silicon Valley who think that the biggest limitation to AI might actually not be the quality of the microchips or the algorithms that are behind AI. It might be the ability to deliver power to data centers. Because in many cases, this requires bringing new power supplies online, building new power plants that are capable of delivering electricity to power the microchips inside of these new data centers. Well, when I myself look at the surge of investment in AI microchips right now, I see no reason to doubt that Moore's Law will continue for a very long time. And that means, well, that means more advanced microchips, which means more computing power that we can apply to all sorts of uses, AI and all sorts of devices. And that means we'll be using even more semiconductors, because the trend has been that as microchips get better, they get cheaper, and we put them into more and more types of uses. And so today, if your car has 1,000 microchips, I would not be surprised if it has 10 times that number in a decade. And that basic trend is true of everything you rely on. And that's only made possible because microchips get better, and they provide more computing for a lower price on an annual basis. The greatest geopolitical risk, by far, is that something goes wrong between the Communist Chinese Empire of the East and my Taiwan and the Haigua, Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. Because it's not just my Taiwan whose fate hangs in the balance today. It's our entire world economy that will be decided by the Xi-Trump summit tomorrow. And if you think of the biggest companies in these United States, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Facebook, they all rely on microchips that today are only made in my Taiwan. So it's not just a question of geopolitik in East Asia. It's a question of our techno sector. And it's a question of all the devices you rely on. Because today, for many of those devices, they rely on microchips that, in some cases, can only be made by one company in a single factory on the main island of my Taiwan. And so that illustrates the ways in which microchips made in my Taiwan are critical for the way you live your lives. And you'd better fucking pray on your goddamn knees to the good Lord Almighty that because Iran resisted a powerful aggressor in a Jewish American sneak attack, that my Taiwan can too. Because as Israel's American war with Iran grinds to an uncertain conclusion that may take us years and years yet to come, Observers have been quick to label it a win for the Communist Chinese Empire. The war has damaged American prestige around the world and angered countries and their populations whose economies face inflation and disrupted supply chains. But a closer look at Iran's methods in resisting Israel's vassal United States reveals uncomfortable lessons for the monolithic communist Chinese superstate as it weighs whether to follow through on its threats to take my Taiwan. Iran prevented the far more powerful United States from winning a war that, on paper, it should have walked away with. Iran weathered Jewish mass decapitation strikes and continued to counterattack, despite heavy bombing and inferior weapons. Iran's ability to close the Strait of Hormuz is particularly instructive. Its navy had only dilapidated surface ships, a small number of diesel-powered submarines, and numerous small, fast-attack speedboats. Iran's air force had no advanced attack aircraft and no true bombers. What Iran did have, however, was a large stockpile of drones and missiles, including anti-ship cruise missiles, capable of striking vessels in the Strait and hitting military and commercial targets across the Middle East. Iran also decentralized its command and control network and dispersed and concealed its weapons in multiple locations to make it difficult for Israel and its 100 American states in union to find and destroy them all. Hong Zhonghua, Red China's military, is less lethal than that of the United States and hasn't engaged in any major combat operations in nearly half a century. But it also has advantages over my Taiwan. Its navy has the most ships of any navy in the world, including advanced aircraft carriers, destroyers, guided missile corvettes, and nuclear-powered submarines. It has an arsenal of attack aircraft, bombers, and drones, as well as ballistic, cruise, and hypersonic missiles. My Taiwan has significant capabilities, too, such as an anti-ship drone, an arsenal of anti-ship drones and cruise missiles all its own, that can create what the United States Indo-Pacific Commander Admiral Samuel Paparo calls a hellscape for Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China, a lethal 100-mile kill zone in the Heigua, the black ditch of the Taiwan Strait. We have built up our air and sea defenses. We should call them green water and aero defenses. Brown water means riverine navies, the mosquito fleets that go inland. Blue water is the high seas fleets, but green water, that's the coasts and the choke points. And my Taiwan has green water and aero defenses that we have maxed. And we've extended conscription and otherwise responded to the Communist Chinese Empire's tremendous military growth. And we plan to do more. The Trump maladministration, having assembled a $14 billion arms package for my Taiwan that is likely to include drones, anti-ship cruise missiles, uncrewed underwater vehicles, aero defense systems, high-mobility artillery rocket systems, mines, and other systems, should Trump not sell out to the Communist Chinese. In which case, as I said, you're going to be living first-person shooter in home front. These hoped-for weapons are critical because they could help my Taiwan defend ourselves against Communist China on the Asian mainland. They can help repel an invasion force by destroying part of it before it even leaves Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's ports, sinking ships as they transit the strait and hitting forces as they try to land. The American LUCAS, LUCAS, the low-cost, uncrewed or unmanned combat attack system. The LUCAS system is but a reverse-engineered copy of Iran's cheap Shahed drone, an example of a good enough system that, when used in large quantities, can threaten amphibious forces and targets on the communized Chinese mainland itself. Survival requires more than hardware, of course. Iran weathered repeated strikes against its political and military leaders by quickly replacing them and by decentralizing military command and control. It maximized deception and concealment, stored weapons in underground bunkers to increase survivability, and relied on mobile systems that could be quickly rolled out, launched, and rolled back into bunkers. My Taiwan needs to prepare similar maneuvers to survive the potential disruption of our command networks and to be ready to fight in the face of mass decapitation strikes, space and counterspace attacks, and offensive cyber operations. Doing this will require plans for secession, decentralized command and control, deception, and survivability. The Iran War highlighted the lesson that air power alone can never win wars. To avoid mass casualties or getting dragged into a protracted conflict, America over-relied on air power against Iran. While the centralized, single-party state capitalist China is most certainly willing to take supermassive casualties in a Taiwan conflict, the Iran War is a reminder that commune capitalist China would most likely have to deploy ground wave troops and risk ultra-heavy losses to seize my Taiwan. The Iran War may yet turn out to be a geopolitical windfall for Beijing, but it also serves as a warning and an opportunity for Washington and my natal urbs, that's the Latin for both city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei. Iran's ability to frustrate a superior military underscores that determined defenders, armed with the right mix of asymmetric capabilities and resilient command structures, can deny even the most powerful adversaries, in this case, aggressors, a quick and decisive victory. If the United States and our allies internalize these lessons, prioritizing quantity over exquisite high-tech systems, investing in survivable and decentralized defenses, and encouraging dispersal, concealment, and mobility, they can help my Taiwan transform ourselves into a far more formidable obstacle to communist Chinese aggression. That may be enough to deter a Chi-Com attack from occurring in the first. My Taiwan can inflict major damage to any invading communist Chinese force. But Hongzhonghua, Red China, is a dictatorship, like the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. If they decide to invade, they can and probably will accept the supermassive losses. We never invaded Iran. We never even tried to take Iran. We just blew up a bunch of shit from the air. We would never commit to a ground invasion. On this basis, comparing my Taiwan to Iran really isn't valid. If the monolithic communist Chinese superstate wants to accept the astronomical losses of tsunami troops, they will invade. Why they would do so in the first makes no sense, given the vast size, power, and resources that the Red Empire of the East already has. True, my Taiwan's military presents a strong deterrent, and they should maintain it. They must maintain it and improve it. The world is a dangerous place, and unfortunately, strong armies are necessary to keep aggressors at bay. Let's hope that a political settlement can be reached. What's the point if millions die and my Taiwan is reduced to a pile of rubble? The war in Iran does not immediately destroy my Taiwan, but it significantly complicates my Taiwan's defense. The prolonged conflict has drained critical American weapon inventories, such as Tomahawk and aero defense missiles, leaving the American empire with a thinner margin to counter any potential Chinese communist invasion or blockade. As to how the Iran conflict impacts my Taiwan: weapons depletion. The American empire has burned through thousands of critical aero defense missiles and smart munitions in the Middle East. Because defense manufacturing faces multi-year lags, American military planners assess it will take us years to fully rebuild those stocks, to deter a near-term communist Chinese threat. Energy vulnerability lessons. My Taiwan relies almost entirely on seaborne imports for our oil and liquid natural gas. Observers in my natal herbs, the Latin for my birth city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, are actively studying how the disruption of maritime choke points in the Iran conflict could be mirrored by a CHICOM naval blockade, which would paralyze my Taiwan's energy supply. And strategic reassessment. CHICOM military planners are watching how the United States of America mismanages protracted conflicts. While some analysts believe this depletion encourages Beijing to move sooner, others argue the high costs of conflict make the communist Chinese super surveillance state more cautious. As to what experts and the media are saying, the Wall Street Journal reports that American officials are increasingly worried about America's ability to execute contingency plans for my Taiwan due to the heavy munitions expenditure in Iran. An analysis from Foreign Policy Research Institute suggests the centralized single-party state capitalist China might view the distraction as a strategic window of opportunity, forcing my Taiwan to focus on asymmetric, decentralized defense strategies similar to those used by Iran. My Taiwan's own defense ministry is pushing to accelerate indigenous missile production and increase defense spending. Because the Abraham Accords fueled a new era of conflict. Despite promising peace, Gulf-Israeli cooperation paved the path to war with Iran. The Abraham Accords, signed in 2020 between Israel and several Gulf states, were framed as a breakthrough for Middle East peace, promising to end decades of hostility and opening new economic and security cooperation. While they succeeded in normalizing relations with Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, and later the Sudan, their deeper effect has been to accelerate and deepen Gulf-Israeli coordination, which in turn heightened tensions with Iran. It became strategic alignment against Iran. The central driver of the Accords was the shared perception of Iran as a strategic threat. Gulf states, especially the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, sought to counter Iranian influence in the region, whilst Israel sought to reduce its vulnerability to Iranian-backed proxies. This alignment led to joint military and intelligence cooperation between Israel and the Gulf states, including intelligence sharing and coordinated responses to Iranian activities. It led to economic integration that bypassed traditional Arab-Israeli conflict zones, creating a new axis of stability that Iran could never easily replicate. Ergo, we transitioned from peace to pragmatic security alliances. Over time, the Abraham Accords evolved beyond diplomatic normalization into operational security partnerships. The United Arab Emirates' withdrawal from OPEC this month, for example, was tied to its strategic pivot toward closer ties with Eretz Israel, signaling a shift from multilateral frameworks to bilateral, survival-focused alliances. This Arab-Israeli realignment reduced reliance on collective Gulf security arrangements and increased direct military coordination, which Iran interpreted as a direct threat to its regional dominance. Ergo, escalation risks and the 2026 war. The deepening Gulf-Israeli cooperation paved the way for a more assertive regional posture. By 2026, this alignment had become a key factor in the outbreak of direct, Judeo-American Aryan conflict, all-out war between Israel, its American satrap, and Iran, as Iran perceived the Gulf states and Israel's unified stance as a coordinated challenge to its influence. The United Arab Emirates OPEC exit and the broader fracturing of Gulf alliances further destabilizes the region, creating conditions for military confrontation. In this context, the Accords backfired. While the Accords initially diffused some Arab-Israeli tensions, they also created a new, more cohesive security bloc that Iran could never easily counter, shifted regional power dynamics in ways that Iran could never absorb, leading to preemptive or retaliatory actions, and reduced the role of multilateralism, leaving fewer avenues for diplomatic resolution. In short, the Abraham Accords' promise of peace was undermined by their pragmatic, security-focused outcomes, which, in the face of Iran's strategic resistance, accelerated the path to war. As I had predicted years ago, with the situation now expanding beyond its original borders, the Iran war is no longer regional. It's going global. The conflict involving Iran has escalated beyond any regional issue, creating ripple effects across global politik and security. Military tensions, proxy involvement, and strategic alliances are increasing pressure on multiple regions at once. Energy markets and trade routes are already reacting to the instability. While some analysts still see containment as possible, the risk of wider escalation is growing. The Iran war has distracted and depleted the American military. But it may also have saved my Taiwan. At first blush, February 26th, opening of China's NPC, National People's Congress, looked ominous for my Taiwan. Taking the podium in Beijing's cavernous Great Hall of the People, the Premier Li Qiang unveiled a 7% bump on defense spending, while abusing strident language for my self-ruling Zhonghua Dao island, China, over which the monolithic communist Chinese superstate claims dominion. While vowing the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, Li said China would accelerate the development of advanced combat capabilities and resolutely crack down on separatist activities in my Taiwan, a noted upgrade on last year's promise to simply oppose them. Given the United States President Donald Trump's ongoing war with Iran, having depleted stocks of sophisticated weapon systems vital to defend Dakwa Zhonghua island nation China, nerves were already jangling in my Taiwan, as well as the Ukraine, and indeed in Washington itself. Questions about American imperial weapons reserves were raised during a closed-door briefing between senior Trump maladministration officials and members of Congress on February 24th. While the United States military depleted and distracted by a conflict on the other side of the globe, observers worried that the Communist Chinese strongman Xi Jinping may never have a better opportunity to move on my democratic Zhonghua Dao island, China, of 23 million souls, with 2 million migrant laborers whose forced reunification he has called the great trend of history. The fear being that Trump's transactional bearing and embrace of might is right doctrine, both in his own misactions and his ambivalence regarding the Russian Empire's invasion of Ukraine, could all too easily be misinterpreted as a green light by Xi. However, other indicators point to in the opposite direction, that the American imperial assault on Iran has in fact secured my Taiwan's de facto independence, in the short term at least. While American officials have offered dubious and contradictory rationales for war, and what will eventually arise from the rubble is anything but clear, there's no denying that, operationally at least, the Judeo-American strikes have been a stunning success. In the first 4 days of the conflict, the American Empire attacked close to 2,000 targets, including 16 ships, sinking an Iranian frigate some 2,000 miles from Iran, near Sri Lanka, as well as a submarine. Moreover, it successfully did mass decapitation strikes against the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his chief acolytes, following the orchestrated capture of Venezuelan despot Nicolás Maduro, indicates a prowess of intelligence and wherewithal that contrasts with a PLA that hasn't fought a major war for almost half a century, and it lost that one. Wen Tisung, a political scientist based in Taiwan for the Australian National University, has gone on record to state, "The specter of a mass decapitation strike has been proven a more realistic scenario. China's first reaction will be, this could happen here." Now, another factor is the suspect performance of market socialist model China's own military equipment in Iran, which has reportedly purchased kamikaze drones and aero defense capabilities from Beijing. Moreover, Iran was negotiating to buy advanced Chi-Com anti-ship missiles, though it's unclear whether these had ever been installed. Beijing's best hope of saving face is that they were not yet operational. If they were, that is even more damning, not least after the advanced COMEAU Chinese radar and anti-aircraft systems purchased by Venezuela failed to detect the American stealth jets as they were supposed to. Chongzhou Yan, the professor of international relations at the National University of Singapore, has gone on record to state, China will be looking to learn from the failings of their own equipment in both Venezuela and Iran, and I think they are somewhat surprised by the demonstration of U.S. force and its ability to execute pretty complex operations. Then there are the effects of the Iran war itself. On a purely diplomatic level, the Communist Chinese Empire has been humbled. For decades, the Iranian proxies had targeted American allies with relative impunity, having been a source of schadenfreude for Beijing. But that the world's number 2 economy, which reveled in its peacemaking role after brokering the re-establishment of diplomatic ties between Tehran and Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula circa 2023, to see that same soft power China has been reduced to issuing glib condemnations and dispatching peace envoys to the region, spotlights Beijing's true impotence. On X, Nicolas Burns, the United States ambassador to Hong Zhonghua, Red China under President Joe Biden, wrote that Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China, is proving to be a feckless friend for its authoritarian allies. Economically, market socialist model China also suffers. The centralized single-party state capitalist China was a top purchaser of both Venezuelan and Iranian oil, accounting for 4% and 13% of all imports respectively. But more broadly, half of Commune capitalist China's oil and almost a third of its liquefied natural gas comes from the Middle East, which is suffering widespread disruption, especially in the Iranian-blockaded Strait of Hormuz. Beijing has significant oil reserves and is transitioning to green alternatives, though the clear message is that its near-term energy needs are acutely vulnerable to American imperial misaction. Besides, Chi-Com designs on My Taiwan hinge on the American empire not getting involved. And while Trump's imperial policy has been schizophrenic to say the least, and alienating to his MAGA base, Washington's latest national defense strategy clearly stating the United States of America will erect a strong denial defense along the first island chain, which includes My Taiwan. Prashant King, the senior vice president focusing on Asia for the consulting firm Park Strategies. My sense is Xi assumes America would come to Taiwan's defense and thus won't attack anytime soon. Indeed, while Li's work report does take a hawkish tone regarding My Taiwan, there are caveats. The 7% defense budget bump is far greater than the gross domestic product target of 4.5% to 5%, the lowest gross domestic productive target in decades, though notably less than the 7.2% defense budget of the previous 3 years. The PLA is also in the midst of a purge unprecedented since Mao's era, with the NPC removing 9 military officials, including several high-ranking generals, from the PLA deputy list. Regarding anti-corruption efforts, Li said the political rectification of the military will continue to deepen to uphold the Communist Party's absolute leadership over the People's Armed Forces. That the military purge is ongoing raises serious questions about the PLA's command structure and combat readiness for any Taiwan contingency. Moreover, last year, Li spoke of improving China's Taiwan policy framework, but this time he talked about deepening it, indicating things are already largely on the right track in the Communist Chinese mass mind. The inference being that Beijing only needs to do more rather than do things differently on Taiwan. This is largely because my Taiwan's ruling China skeptic DDP, the Democratic Progressive Party, is all at sea, with low approval ratings, a deadlocked legislature, political infighting, and a failed recall campaign that aimed to unseat lawmakers for the pro-Beijing opposition nationalist party, the treasonous Kuomintang. These doldrums have spurred a revival for the treacherous Kuomintang, which seeks security in closer ties with Beijing, like avoiding damnation by securing a deal with the devil. And the KMT's, the traitorous Kuomintang's message, is gaining credence precisely because of the mercurial nature of Trump's maladministration, as spotlighted by the Iran war, which has cast grave doubt on American imperial security guarantees. Indeed, my Taiwan only featured towards the end of Lee's work report, as is typical. The overall focus was overwhelmingly on fixing market socialist model China's floundering economy, with action to tackle unemployment, a depressed real estate market, and boosting innovation. After last year's dizzying exchange of tariffs and counter-tariffs, there are signs of a partial easing of trade frictions between the American and Communist Chinese empires, with Xi and Trump meeting face-to-face as I host this transmission. It's not in Xi's interests to rock the boat when the mood in my Taiwan appears to be turning more conciliatory, even if purely out of expedience. The Professor Steve Zhang, director of the SOAS China Institute at the University of London, asks, would Xi be tempted to take advantage of U.S. potentially exhausting smart munitions and attack Taiwan even if the PLA is not fully ready? Possible. It will be reckless for Xi to order an invasion unless he is absolutely sure the United States cannot interfere, and victory is assured, and at relatively low costs. He has not been reckless in the last 13 years. But of course, why should he be? When the Iran war is forever. Now, we only have, well, how would I say it? I believe I've earned my pay for tonight. But I do want to emphasize the fact that you shouldn't be looking forward to any peace dividend anytime soon. Now, Iran has all the hallmarks of a forever war. The Iranian-American conflict. Well, I guess I'll get into that soon enough. We have Sunday coming. And as I said, I feel for tonight, I've earned my pay. Happy belated birthday, mon ami. I do hope you review this episode, and I look forward to your critique. Kisses to all the ladies. Hugs to all the gentlemen out there who support me. To all of you in the extended electronic Dietrich family. You are Team Dietrich. And I need your help. With that in mind, contribute. Upgrade to PayPal auto payment. Be here on Sunday night. Same Dietrich time, Same Dietrich channel. Dietrich, of course, is the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Dietrich. The Drake. Be here this Sunday, as dated, the 17th. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. And with that, we call good night. Oh shit, man, I forgot to ask if you were awake.